Alright, we're going live very soon. Less than a minute. Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining me again. So as you can see by the title, what we're going to be doing today is studying schizophrenia. Phrenia, whatever. I'll say it all the different ways it's said. Welcome, Still Lemony, to the chat. Thank you for the compliment on the waiting screen. I like it a lot too. So this may not be quite up your alley, but because usually you just like the gaming streams. Won't be gaming today, but I do have a tease for upcoming streams, upcoming videos that I have some new equipment, some new hardware, and I'll be able to stream some of the things that I couldn't stream before. So we'll be seeing some probably exciting stuff in the future. Definitely going to be playing a lot of GameCube games like I teased before, but also I'll probably play the new Call of Duty, I've been enjoying that a little bit, and maybe some PUBG, just because I still like PUBG, even though the Battle Royale is plenty good in the Call of Duty. But all that aside, that's all for the future. Today we're talking schizophrenia. So I don't have exactly a plan for how I want to tackle this. When I streamed my studying last time, I just kind of went through these few notes. I have 2 different pages of notes that I have, and I'm going to fill in one as I look at the other. And I also have some flashcards, some digital flashcards that we might go through as well. So yeah, we're going to go through basically everything you can know about schizophrenia. There's a lot of information, a lot that I have to learn. Or at least remind myself of, and we'll see how it goes. So, what I'm gonna do, I have, you can't see my left screen all that well, and actually I'm just gonna go ahead and make myself a little bit smaller. So that should be good. And then yeah, you can see over here, I have some of the questions that I'll likely have to answer on the tests, and then they're also over here, but they're here in more in depth. So I'll be going over these. I'll basically be reading off of these, but I'll also kind of think about it in different ways and try to reframe it and refocus it so that I can get it from different angles. So let's start with the cognitive, behavioral, affective / motivational, and social dysfunctions that are associated with schizophrenia spectrum disorders. So what I'm going to have to remember, because I'll be able to go off of this, right? If I remember the 4 categories, and they're starred, cognitive, behavioral, motivational, social dysfunction, I'll be able to go from there. And I'm sure I will have to list the symptoms that are associated with the groups, these groups. So cognitive is fairly easy because a lot of it is the things that you think of when you think of schizophrenia. So disorganized thoughts, reduced memory, reduced working memory, disorganized language, a lot of the executive functioning that takes a hit when you develop schizophrenia. And then it also includes the delusions, the hallucinations, and even the motor behavior, like catatonia. Well, actually, I guess that's not supposed to be there. I'll get rid of that. Because, yeah. Well, so this is kind of something that I'm sure there's a bit of with these symptoms, us psychologists, we like to put things in neat little boxes. But as you'll see, maybe when I go through the positive and negative symptoms, some things aren't so clear cut, right? So my problem personally is it's all of it stems from a cognitive basis. It's even the motor behavior is is something you see as behavioral, but it's there because it's cognitive. I mean, that's common sense, but at the same time, when you have to parse these out in different ways, I'm turning my fan on, so hopefully that's not too loud or annoying. But yeah, so let's keep going. So I feel like I won't have too much trouble with the cognitive problems. And when I say alogia, what I mean is, and it's a positive symptom, but I'll go into it more when I go through the positive and negative symptoms. But I believe that's just straight lack of motivation. And let's kind of confirm that. Actually, let's confirm that right now. So, okay, alogia is poverty of speech. Okay, see, this is why we study. This is why we study. Let's throw this up here. So as you can see, the only thing I've really done... Nope, that's not what I want. That's not what I want either. Okay, there we go. So you can't really see the blue too well, but I like to... When you group up these symptoms, it's hard to separate them from these groups, because I'll have to do that again when I talk about the positive and negative symptoms, but I very briefly did, like, red is are negative symptoms, the blue is positive. You can't see the blue all that well. And then I keep talking about them, let's just jump into the positive and negative symptoms, or what the difference are between them. So positive symptoms, and I'm sort of reading from this, but I'm also going to try and like say it how I remember it, so that I can kind of combine the two, but the positive symptoms are things that are added to an individual, so you can't really think of them as good as, typically you think of positive as good, negative as bad. That's really not how it is. They're all bad, frankly. And yes, there will be some spelling errors. These are quick in-class notes, so it won't right there. They'll just be everywhere. We're gonna ignore them and keep going. But positive symptoms are things that you can see, at least you can think of pretty well. So things like, or at least measure, maybe not see, but measure. Because things like delusions, if somebody thinks that they're Jesus or some sort of figure, or they think that Winona Ryder is in love with them even though they've never met her before, those are typically considered positive symptoms. And something that people can say that they have, and you can see them. Negative symptoms, on the other hand, are there are a few things, but they are typically like a loss of something. So it's like decreased sociability, decreased motor activity, decreased speech. A lot of it's, the most important one that I need to remember, and I will, because this is always the one that sticks out to me, is catatonia. So that loss of movement, or basically a complete loss of movement. So let's go through that just one more time. So this includes, sorry, I'm just sort of seeing if I want to parse this out a little bit. No, not really. It's fine the way it is. So I have the positive symptoms broken. Oh, they're broken down right here. Okay. So positive symptoms include delusions, disorganized thoughts, hallucinations, and actually those three are important to remember: delusions, hallucinations, and abnormal disorganized thought, speech, and motor behavior, because those are some of the things that need to be present. Sorry, I got distracted by my chat, but need to be present when you're diagnosed with schizophrenia. So, hello Buttercup, thanks for joining. As you can see, we are learning about schizophrenia. So, I will be gaming in the future. I'll be making quite a comeback, I would say, with my gaming streaming. But we've got a test tomorrow, so we've got to make sure we go through all this stuff. And there is a lot to go through, so I'll probably be streaming for the next 5 hours, maybe, if not more, depending on how I feel, when it comes time for bed. So yeah, where were we? So positive symptoms, like I said, delusions, hallucinations. So what are delusions? Let's go back up because I have some important distinctions for delusions. So delusions are, bizarre thoughts, but they're also considered bizarre and non-bizarre. The bizarre are, as I have it laid out here, clearly implausible, not likely to happen. And the important bizarre ones are these. So thought broadcasting, belief that people are transmitting their thoughts, into other people's, into the schizophrenia patient's brain. Broadcasting is that you can hear other people, and thought insertion is that the belief that other people are putting thoughts into your head. And then thought withdrawal is that some people's thoughts are being removed by somebody else. So that's, what likely is going on there is that they're having memory problems due to their schizophrenia, and these people are realizing they're having memory problems and then blaming it on, this delusion that people are actually taking their thoughts from them and, doing something likely nefarious with it. And then another bizarre one is, I don't know why it's usually bizarre, because I'm pretty sure it's always bizarre, or at least in the DSM it is. But delusions of control, that that the schizophrenia patient is being controlled by another person or entity. So those are the bizarre ones. And then actually I should have a more detailed what's non-bizarre and what's bizarre. I swore I did. Okay. Wait. I thought Okay, here we are. Yeah, non-bizarre and bizarre. So if I have the question, the types and classes of delusions included in the DSM, all I need to know is, the bizarre and non-bizarre. And I didn't add thought broadcasting. The belief that others can hear one's thoughts. Others are aware of one's thoughts. Thoughts of control, obviously, like I said, the people are controlling your body, or also delusion of control. Maybe that sounds better. It's a delusion, we already know that. The non-bizarre ones we'll kind of go through briefly. So, delusions of grandeur, that the person believes they have exceptional abilities. Delusions of so what's important to kind of note, because I asked this question myself, and I kind of figured out an answer, because it's like, I was going to say delusions of persecution, right? The delusion that people are persecuting you, even though there's no, evidence there's just that people around you are all either, if we keep going down the bizarre, people around you are all jealous of you, or they're all, persecuting you, or they all think you're amazing. They're all non-bizarre, even though that is a bizarre thought. But the important distinction is that sort of technically those are within the realm of possibilities. It's possible that, lots of people around you are persecuting you. And typically, if you have schizophrenia, a lot of the times they're judging you because of other behavior, likely, but they're somewhat persecuting you. So, but it's truly becomes bizarre when it's things that are just not even possible, like the thought withdrawal, actually taking your thoughts, or people inserting thoughts into you, through like psychic means, and not just suggesting an idea or something like that, or reading people's minds, etc., etc. And then, jealous. delusions, somatic preoccupations regarding health and function, delusions of reference, that certain gestures, comments, and clues are directed at you. And that includes, they think that the news broadcaster is talking to them specifically for whatever reason. And, like I said, that's considered pretty bizarre. That's not very likely that the person on the television is specifically talking to you, but maybe it's possible that they could be to some degree, I guess, is how you got to think about it. And then we have our definition here, that there are delusions that are clearly implausible and not understandable to same culture peers and do not derive from ordinary life experiences. So that's also another important kind of theme that's going to come up over and over again, that it's in one culture some things might be bizarre or dysfunctional or just delusional. In other cultures they wouldn't be. But we're going to go with our culture that we're in right now and decide from there whether or not something's disproportionately real or not. I'm just going to move this closer to me. Alright, so we can kind of move on from there, but the important kind of categories: cognitive, behavioral, affective, motivational, social dysfunction, are kind of things that, somewhat common sense, at least if you've studied, if you've taken a high school psych class. These delusions, cognitive or delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech and thoughts. And actually, this distinction is only really important. Okay, no, it is important because I guess alogia is the difference between these two are more important when we're talking about positive and negative symptoms, which we kind of touched on, but not really. Behavioral, and then that's obviously like your actual behavior. Usually their schizophrenia patients are very impulsive, or at least somewhat. What word should I use that's not like sounding judgmental, but just somewhat irrational behavior. And then abnormal motor behavior, which can be a lot of things. Usually, more normally, it's loss of movement, but it could be complete catatonia. And then affective motivational. The affective motivational category includes avolition, which is decrease in self-motivating activities, anhedonia, reduced pleasure from positive stimuli. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, Jason, well, that sounds like depression. How do you know that they're not just depressed? Well, the answer to that is that they have to fit into other categories to be considered schizophrenia. But another answer is that depression and schizophrenia can often go hand in hand, and there's a name for that, and we'll get to that. So we have cognitive, behavioral, motivational, and social. And usually, if we're talking social dysfunction, it's just poor social functioning. It's really all that it is. There's not too much to go into there. We've talked about the various types and delusions. So this is my not so filled in kind of, and then this is much more in depth on the right. So let's go back up. So this is saying a lot of what I said. Anosognosia. Oh, Buttercup, if you're still there, congratulations. I just saw that. I just saw you on Twitter. You were either published or it's under review or something. I don't know if you're still there, but whichever it was, congratulations. All right, so individuals with schizophrenia may be aware they have, okay. So this would be something probably to mention, but it doesn't really go into any specific categories. But just that individuals with schizophrenia may not be aware they have the disorder or lack the insight or awareness of the disorder at all. And it's important to know that this is a symptom of the disorder itself and not just a coping strategy. So schizophrenia is so world-changing that it would make sense that people, wouldn't exactly want to come to grips with the fact that they have it, but this symptom itself is the most common predictor of a non-adherence to treatment, and it predicts higher relapse rates. So it's something to keep in mind when you're diagnosing and treating a person with schizophrenia. It affects your course of treatment, and it's something that needs to be looked at over the entire course of their life. Okay. So let's see. Schizophrenia spectrum, no psychotic disorders. Okay, well, yeah, we'll go into this later. Well, we did go into this already, but this is important, and this will be brought back up. Actually, I kind of would rather these be. Let's see. I'd rather these would be just spaced out a little bit better. Like, okay, that's. Doing some formatting on the fly. I always love doing that. So I was thinking. Yeah, so these 5 things are very important. These are to be diagnosed with schizophrenia, you have to have 3. Let's do. Yeah, I knew that was going to be weird. Let's just put that up there. One more of the following domains, and they have to have at least 3 of these symptoms over the course of 6 months. So, okay, let's kind of experience symptoms of other mental disorders, great diversity of people with schizophrenia. Yeah, so that's an important point. There's great diversity among people with schizophrenia. People, since it's 3 of these, they have to have 3 of these 5 symptoms. People with schizophrenia can, not have, delusions or hallucinations, even though that would be extremely rare. Usually it's like they have either both or one of these 2, and then at least one of these symptoms as well in these domains. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, so it's important that it's on a spectrum. It's somewhat labeled as in the DSM-5. It's somewhat changed to be more of a spectrum with symptoms in various scales, various degrees. But as of late, that's only something that's become prevalent as of late, because in the DSM-4, it was either you had it or you didn't. There wasn't as much of a focus on the spectrum or the dimension of schizophrenia. All right, let's move on. So we talked about the delusions, and we know that delusions are fixed beliefs that are not amenable to change in light of conflicting evidence. So that's what's important, is that people can be delusional, but a lot of the times if you put right in front of their face that nobody's following them, or that their neighbor's not listening to them, or that somebody's not trying to kill them, it's not exactly going to just make everything better. You can't really rationalize your way through this disease. Unfortunately, it's just, of all the many causes, that's just not the way to solve that. So we kind of went through this with different kinds of delusions. Not really much more to hang on there, but either they're bizarre or non-bizarre. Because that's what's important, is that the non-bizarre are at least possible somewhat. You can be poisoned, even though it's not likely that it's just never likely that it's to the degree that they believe. So it's called a delusion because it is at that point, right? That they believe they're being poisoned, so they have to only eat at one restaurant. I'm thinking of a certain president that literally only eats like McDonald's and something else, I forget, because he believes like that somebody's trying to like poison him. Maybe not one person specifically, but whatever, we won't get into that. People are followed often. That's just not likely that people are always following. There's like, not everybody is not following you or watching you, and so on and so forth. I went through these delusions. We can go over. Well, we didn't really get into positive and negative symptoms. We touched on it, but so again, positive symptoms point to pathology when they are noticed. Those include these delusions, and it's just like kind of that they can be noticed because it's just like so clear cut that well, I will. So Buttercup, I will talk about the spectrum. Actually, I'm gonna get there. So if you stay tuned, you'll get that for sure. And also, I think you might have missed it, but I wouldn't mind you clarifying. Or I could just go to Twitter. But were you just published that article you were working on with marijuana and development and stuff? Was that just published, or is it still just like under review? Either way, congratulations, because that's huge. Okay. I think this stuff's kind of common sense, but with stuff like when it comes to disorganized speech and stuff, it's tough to separate some of that from negative. It's just how it's under review. Okay, well, congratulations either way. Yeah, you're very welcome. Proud of you. Like, I don't know, some of like the disorganized speech stuff you would think is a negative symptom, because if they're, but what because like, okay, alogia is a negative symptom, poverty of speech, low talking or low content, but also disorganized speech is a positive symptom. So the important distinction is that there's not a lack of content, or I guess there's a lack of quality with this, but they are certainly talking a lot. Sort of like if you're streaming and there's nobody watching, you might feel like you have schizophrenia because you're just talking a lot to nobody. But that's part of the world we live in, I guess, now. Right, so yeah, and okay, wait, this can't be right. This is just where it gets confusing, because like abnormal motor behavior is a positive symptom, but catatonia is by definition, a loss of motor functioning. It's a bit confusing. It's not always so common sense, but we're just gonna go with it, because that's what we were taught. And the negative symptoms, the only thing I kind of really want to say, other than just going through negative symptoms that you see, what's important about negative symptoms is that they are less responsive to treatment, specifically prescription treatment. Excuse me. And they're also kind of like, because of that, I think they're now more focused on in treatment. It seems like we've kind of gotten to a point where the delusions, the hallucinations, even the word salad is somewhat easy to treat now through prescription and through therapy. Although mostly through prescription. I really don't want to get it confused. It's mostly the drugs that are doing it. But negative symptoms are still kind of that nut that's pretty hard to crack. So, and hold on, I'm just gonna do a check because I'm just kind of looking because every once in a while my stream wants to lag a little bit, but it seems like it's pretty stable. Alright, so I will keep going. Alright. So let's see, what do we have here? 2 main negative symptoms. Yeah, diminished emotional expression, which I have here. Flat affect is basically the important thing to remember. It's not just diminished motor function or motivation, but it's low, yeah. Social skills, you don't feel as positive. Things are harder to enjoy. Reduced social eye contact, speech, and then avolition, which is the motivation. Alright, that stuff I'm not too worried about. And then this is an important distinction. Symptoms that are pathological in their presence, and the negative characteristics that are present in healthy people, but you can notice a deficit over time in schizophrenia. So more about positive and negative symptoms. Let's get to, excuse me. So yeah, this is what we kind of went over. And it's just so strange that catatonia is a positive symptom, because it's all about a decrease. But it is what it is. I didn't make the DSM. Negative symptoms account for most of the burden of the disease associated with schizophrenia. That sentence is important to remember, because he will definitely want to hear that on the test. By the way, these are all essay tests. There's no multiple choice of any kind, so very much out without a paddle in the middle of the ocean when I'm taking these tests. Okay. Other cognitive symptoms: attention difficulty, generalized anxiety. So these are symptoms that aren't exactly grouped within positive and negative symptoms. But poor social skills. Oh yeah, poor social skills is it's just in its own group. And then what's funny is apparently bizarre sexual fantasies are considered other, but at the same time, I believe in positive I believe there's a delusion. It's a category of delusion is bizarre sexual fantasy. So really, it's erotomanic delusions. Oh, well, excuse me, because that's actually specifically something. So the delusion that another person, usually this is kind of what I was saying, like when you think Winona Ryder's in love with you, that delusion is erotomanic. Okay, we got this. So this stuff I kind of have too, but we'll go through it because it'll definitely be on the test. That's why I have it highlighted. Oh, sorry, I'm just clicking. Okay. So, alright, so there's 2 courses of schizophrenia: process and reactive. And I have it highlighted here, I have it highlighted here. Basically, process is a gradual onset of schizophrenia, and is characterized by poor premorbid functioning. I'm trying not to look at my notes, but I'm going to kind of look at them anyway. So what's important about the process course, is that what I'm supposed to say? Distinction? Process course, yeah. Is that in studies it's definitely found that even premorbid, there are like premorbid signs that somebody likely will develop schizophrenia. It's hard to say at the time that this is what it's going to be, but looking in hindsight, it's clear that they would develop schizophrenia. And there are 2 studies that were done. There's a yearbook study where they took people's and obviously and they took people with schizophrenia and without schizophrenia and compared their yearbooks and basically just what they did in high school, or even earlier, and found that they were less likely to be social, less likely to be in clubs and different activities, less friends, and then also the other study was the home movie study that showed like a lack of positive affect and slow motor development. And that's what I have there. And then reactive is easy to remember because it's literally a development of schizophrenia as a reaction to stressful stimuli. What else do I want to say there? Well, the other thing that's important is that the difference between process and reactive is that process course schizophrenics are more resistant to treatment, more likely to relapse, have an overall poor prognosis, and then reactive, because of their later onset, are more likely to to just have a better prognosis. Okay. Well, I think this is important too, because I don't know if I exactly have this here. Probably have it in here somewhere. But I think that reactive schizophrenics have more positive symptoms and less negative symptoms, and then process have more negative and less positive, which relates to how their prognosis. So better prognosis when there are low negative symptoms and good premorbid functioning. So that's kind of the sentence to remember that really describes this whole difference, because process is literally characterized as low premorbid functioning and high negative symptoms. So let's see, is there really anything else I need out of that? Let's just correct that. Is it? Oh, it's 2 words, of course. So yeah, okay, that's probably important to remember. Rapid onset for reactive schizophrenics. Like I said, good premorbid function, absent of negative symptoms. Okay. Alright, so here is the spectrum for anybody who's interested. So there's not just schizophrenia. There's schizophreniform. There's brief psychotic disorder, schizoaffective disorder, delusional disorder, schizotypal personality disorder, and definitely one that I'm not even mentioning here, but I will have to go over. Let's put that in a good place. Okay, so what's important about schizophrenia is the criterias. So as I already went over, these symptoms are all part of criteria A, and like I mentioned, there has to be 3 of these symptoms to have the diagnosis of schizophrenia. How do I want to remember the A, B, and C criteria? So, I mean, I kind of just need to remember this, like, criteria A are the 5 symptoms, and it needs to be 3 out of 5. And then B requires to be significant impairment, and I probably have that in more detail over here. Yes, okay, because the continuous signs of disturbance for at least 6 months. The 6-month period must include 1 month of active symptoms. Usually the negative symptoms. And right, so there's no official diagnosis made until after 6 months of being in being assessed. So if you come into a doctor's office or a psychiatrist's office and say, I think I have schizophrenia, I even have I'm having delusions, I'm having hallucinations, I'm having catatonia, I'm loss of motivation, all that stuff, they're never going to straight give you a diagnosis of schizophrenia on the spot. It will not be for another 6 months that would happen, because they need to make sure that well, here's actually part of the definition. Partly because of the desire not to immediately label an individual with these symptoms because of stigma. And also because these other disorders that I mentioned, it just may be some of these other disorders. You can have some of these symptoms, but if they don't persist for 6 months, it may be a brief psychotic disorder, which happens. Excuse me. So I bolded on the left. I bolded some of these things that I'm sure will come up on the test, but I should still know the other stuff. So schizophreniform disorder is the placeholder until diagnosis is certain. So you may, I agree, labels are bad. 6 months thing is broken. I agree, labels are bad. Makes the patient become a patient. But are there any other disorders that require that? Are there any other disorders that require basically time to diagnosis? I don't think so. But I mean, it's just that this is like the most, I was gonna say important, but that has a certain connotation. It's just like the most like debilitating and like stigmatized disorder of any psychiatric disorder. So of course they want to make sure they're not just labeling you as schizophrenic when it could be any number of things are going on, and they don't want to jump to any conclusions. Yeah, no, I don't think that's a good question. I don't think so. Other than disorders that are connected to schizophrenia, they don't. I mean, there's like things like major depressive disorder. They require that you've had symptoms for a certain amount of time, but they don't necessarily say, "Oh, this isn't that," until we, have observed you in some degree for a certain amount of time. So let's see, what do I have on the right here? Prototypical disorder, 2 or more of the following. That's not right though. It should be 3. It should be 3 or more of the following. I'm almost certain it's not 2. Each present for a significant portion of the time during a 1-month period. In other words, you have to have a month of active symptoms. At least one of them must be. Yes, and that's what I was saying too. So it has, and I didn't include disorganized speech, but it has to be at least one of these, because if you have just these, although I'm just certain it's 3. I'm certain it's not just 2. But I was gonna say, if you just have catatonia and lack of motivation and the other negative symptoms, lack of sociability and all that stuff, it could be lots of other things. It only becomes schizophrenia when you also have at least this word salad that is very there's a difference between word salad that's associated with dementia or bipolar disorder and word salad that's associated with schizophrenia. It's very clear that it's not clear speech, if that makes sense. And then but usually people have one of these 2, if not both, delusions and hallucinations. So I just want to go back over that again. Just remember that the 5 active symptoms, 3 out of the 5 are delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thought / speech, any number of negative symptoms, and then disorganized or catatonic behavior. So, and then there also needs to be a level of distress and dysfunction. So something needs to be because that's a thing that I found kind of interesting about schizophrenia, that the positive symptoms, like the delusions and the hallucinations, are almost always, I don't want to use the word negative because we're using positive and negative symptoms, but are always, I'm stuck on like, I don't want to use the words positive or negative, but they're always like, I just want to say like mean. Like you have delusions that people hate you, not that, I mean, there are delusions of grandeur, sure. But when you have, at least with like hallucinations, the voices are almost always negative. Like 99% of schizophrenics, it's like the voices are telling them to hurt themselves, hurt other people, telling them that they're no good, telling them that like the world's better off without them. It's just never, it's so fascinating to me that there's no really cases that I know of where it's voices that are telling them that they're great and to like they're doing a great job and to stay positive. And because even if that there are kind of reports of that where like people will kind of name their voices, so there'll be like the voice that is always mean to them, and then maybe they'll have one voice that's kind of nice, but then as soon as some stress hits, it's all negative. Like everybody's turned on them. There's never like a positive reaction to stress where their voices are like, hey buddy, it's fine, you know, it's okay that, you know, your wife left you, you'll be fine. Anyway, I'm getting a little off track there. So yeah, that's important that the 6-month period must include at least 1 month of active symptoms and other period of prodromal or residual symptoms that are typically the negative symptoms. And then an official diagnosis is made after 6 months. Like I said, because of desire not to immediately label anybody with schizophrenic as schizophrenic. And then so here are the other, so a rule out diagnosis: depressive bipolar disorder with psychotic features and schizoaffective disorder. And we're gonna go into that. Yeah, schizoaffective disorder is but we don't need to talk about that under, so this is all under the umbrella of schizophrenia. So let's go to schizophreniform, which I'm going to kind of try and breeze through because I'm not sure, I don't really need to talk about it, but for schizophreniform, and I only, you know, this is the difference between like these two notes where you can see that like what I took in class is like this, and then these are notes that somebody not only took in class but also went back into like readings and other sources and stuff to really flesh out, and I didn't, but it's nice that they did. So for schizophreniform is basically, yeah, well, like I said over here, it's a placeholder until a diagnosis is certain. So it's kind of like if somebody comes into your office and says that they've been having these symptoms that match the criteria for schizophrenia over the last 6 months, they'll typically give you a diagnosis of schizophreniform disorder, mostly because of like insurance purposes, where if you'll need to, like, in order to get treatment, you need to have some sort of diagnosis, and this is like what they give you so that you can tell your insurance you need to keep seeing a psychiatrist. And also, I mean, it helps the clinician too, but because it helps separate schizophreniform from, say, schizoaffective, which is what I'll go into. All right, Buttercup. Glad you joined. Hope you got something out of this. And you're also a star, so have a great night and go to sleep. So, yes, what's important about schizophreniform is that they have the wait, is it 2? Hold on, I can check something. Or I could just Google it. Sorry. It is 2. I swore it was 3. Okay, well, let's not mess that up on the test then. Let's not mess that up. It is 2. Okay. 2 or more of the following. So, I also have some other kind of answers to this, but it's like, if I were to be asked, describe schizophrenia and how it's diagnosed. Schizophrenia is diagnosed based on several criteria. I'm reading from my other monitor over here. With at least 2 of the following, and like of those five, delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech, disorganized behavior. So yeah, I think that'll be easy to remember. Disorganized speech, disorganized behavior. Let's just get rid of the grossly so that we can kind of get it right in our heads. The only thing that's important to differentiate is that disorganized speech would come first because it's one of the symptoms that have to be present in order to get a diagnosis of schizophrenia. So that's definitely relevant. That's definitely important because I don't want to confuse that with disorganized behavior. Okay. Negative symptoms, for example, alogia, poverty of speech. So that's criteria A, right? And then criteria B, like I was talking about, which isn't in here, but it's over here, just requires to be significant impairment for a duration of 6 months. Wait, well then how's that different than C? Oh no, sorry. Yeah, okay, sorry. Criteria B is just that there is significant impairment at school, work, within relationships. And then C is the duration's 6 months. The remaining criteria rule out other diagnoses and causes. And then I do need schizophreniform, so I need to highlight that. Well, let's highlight it. I think it's brief psychotic. I don't really need... Oh, I do need it. We need the whole thing. Brief psychotic is easy because I will have already talked about schizophrenia, and the only difference is that it's short-lived, around a month or less. Focuses on positive symptoms. And yeah, this disorder with schizophreniform are useful in identifying people early for intervention and treatment, and avoiding a stigma of a full-blown diagnosis of schizophrenia. I think maybe delusion-related disorder is still going to be important. Brief psychotic disorder is diagnosed based on meeting criteria for schizophrenia with a focus on positive symptoms. Yep. For a period of 1 day up to 1 month. This disorder, along with schizophreniform disorder, are useful. Okay. Okay, good. So let's kind of... We don't need to go back over schizophrenia. And I don't need all of this information on the right here. That's what's important. That's why it's like... That's what makes studying for this test hard, because of these essays. If it was multiple choice, I would say just like cram all of this into my head as much as I can. But since it's essay, because then like I'll recall it and I'll be able to pick one or the other. But since it's essay and I have to spit all this out, I need to basically like not overlearn. Or I mean, overlearning would be great if I had another week. If I had started studying a week ago. But anyway, schizophreniform and brief psychotic disorder are both somewhat placeholder disorders. I guess the only difference between these two is just that it's brief, and maybe the focus on positive symptoms. That they've, even in the last 6 months, they may have had symptoms at some point, but it only lasted for about a month or less. And then schizoaffective, without looking at it, what I'm at least remembering is that they meet the criteria for schizophrenia, and I am looking at it, but I'm like, I don't think I saw what I was going to say. But also meet criteria for manic or depressive disorder. So meet all the criteria at the same time as meeting the criteria for a major depressive or manic episode. But what's important is, and this will be important to remember, hopefully I do, criteria for schizophrenia must be met without major depression or mania for 2 weeks. The mania or depression must be present a majority of the rest of the time to receive this diagnosis. And actually, I want to check something real quick. And I'm going to turn up the music a little bit. Oh man. Wow. Okay. All right. I was just looking at some of like my Twitch settings, which makes this sad if you were watching this on YouTube. I apologize for this brief intermission. I just feel like I'm not utilizing the platform all that well because I'm terrible about using these tags. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's see. Let's briefly look at this. I'm so sorry I'm doing this right now. I should have done this already. I just could be using these tags a bit better. But there's really no tags that fit what I'm doing right now. There's like not a single one. I'm in the right category, but yeah, I could do playing with viewers. I'm teaching my viewers and playing with them by teaching. Yeah, nothing, huh? Maybe tutorial? Tutorial could work. I'll go with tutorial. Alright. Sorry, that was like a useless waste of time. But I want people to see my stuff because I would like to actually teach somebody. Now that Buttercup left, I can definitely tell that I am learning better when I actually have somebody engaged with it, with the information. Okay. Schizophrenia form, we already went through all this. Is there anything we kind of need to distinguish out of schizophrenia form from disorder? So it's just that it's less than 6 months, because once it's more than 6 months, it's just schizophrenia. That's kind of the only difference. That's really the only difference. Whether or not it's if it's been 6 months. It's been at least 1 month. I guess they don't give you anything if it's only been like 2 weeks, but and then this is important because this differentiates it from schizoaffective disorder. If there have been major depressive or manic episodes, then it becomes schizoaffective disorder. I should probably remember this. 2/3 of people with this diagnosis go on to develop schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder. And what's so funny about these stats is that this is still only 1% of the population, people with schizophrenia. It's so low. And then, 2/3 of 1% have, got schizophrenia form. Anyway. I guess that's important too. Good prognostic features. Let's keep moving on, because we're gonna go through a lot of this stuff maybe once, and then we'll probably go back through it again to really encode our information. Let me get this up so I can see what you see. Okay. Alright, where were we? Okay, delusional disorders starred. I don't really have that as important on my sheet, but they do. So let's go over it. So delusional disorder is a disorder which an individual just has delusions. Can be bizarre, but more likely non-bizarre. That's good to know. Behavior is not abnormal or bizarre. Specifically related to the delusions. Individuals do require careful assessment and close monitoring. Huh. I don't remember that from class, but okay. Presence of one or more delusions with a duration of 1 month or longer. What would help me to remember is that, oh, it's been an hour. And I don't have a stay hydrated bot, but good stuff. Okay. Yeah, so for at least 1 month. One or more delusion for at least 1 month. This diagnosis is not given if the individual has ever had a symptom presentation that met criterion A for schizophrenia. So yeah, basically as soon as they have another symptom, it's something else. It's either schizophreniform, brief, or full-blown schizophrenia, or schizoaffective. I kind of breezed over schizoaffective, and I know that's going to be important. But it seems like there's not... Okay, uninterrupted period of illness during which there is a major mood episode concurrent with criterion A. So, a major mood episode, depressive or manic, along with symptoms that match the criteria of schizophrenia. Which just means that they have the symptoms, or they've had the symptoms for a long enough time. You know, whether it be negative symptoms plus hallucinations, and then also a major manic or depressive disorder. That's schizoaffective. Delusions, hallucinations for 2 or more weeks in the absence. So yeah, what's important is that they... Yeah, I underline it over on this side. It meets all the criteria for schizophrenia at the same time as meeting the criteria for a major depressive or manic episode. However, criteria for schizophrenia must be met without major depression or mania for 2 weeks. So they can't only have symptoms for schizophrenia while they're experiencing symptoms of depressive or manic disorder. Which makes sense, because maybe the delusions or even the hallucinations are just part of the manic episode. Maybe it's just an extreme manic or extreme depressive episode that had, functions of schizophrenia. That's kind of where it's sad that Buttercup left, because he was asking about this spectrum, and that's kind of what I was getting at, is that, if we go back up to the can you see that? To the positive and negative symptoms, like poverty of speech, failure to show motivation, lack of motivation, lack of positive experience, all of these can just be part of the depression. So if they don't have these and they don't have the delusions at any other time than the depressive episode, it's not schizoaffective, it's not schizophrenia. Alright. So this is, I think, where I was. Okay, alright. Attenuated psychosis syndrome. I know this is going to be important. APS. I should actually drink this faster so that I'm not up all night. I'm terrible at chugging things because I don't actually chug them. I just like fill them. Ugh, I don't know why that was so terrible. I just like fill my, like, I can't chug beer because I can't drink it and pour it. I just like put as much into my mouth as I can and then swallow. Wow, that got sexual. This is why you watch my YouTube videos. Anyway, sorry, we're getting off track. All right, attenuated psychosis syndrome. Actually, that reminded me of something though. This is a note I should make, that I should mark when I hit certain subjects. That's so much work. Is that worth it? I don't know. I mean, it's an idea for next time. I'm gonna add it to my board right here. So real quick. It's too late to do it now, but maybe next time. All right. Anyway, study streaming. Okay. Anyway. All right. All right. Attenuated psychosis syndrome. This is going to be tough because I don't remember going over this at all, but. Describe the dimensional assessment of schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders that have been added for the DSM-5. There's been a move in the DSM-5 to look at schizophrenia as a spectrum. They included a symptom severity scale to assess symptoms. And I can pull that out, I guess. But I kind of already went over it because it's just those 5 symptoms at a scale, and it's like, you know, has had them for this amount of time, has had them for this amount of time longer, you know, and it's higher rank and everything. Okay, there's a progression to schizophrenia, you know, brief psychotic disorder, delusion related disorder, schizophreniform, schizoaffective, etc. You know, we haven't touched on schizotypal. Not sure why. Oh, schizotypal. Schizotypal personality disorder. Because before we get on to attenuated, since it's right here, diagnosed in the presence of characteristics or symptoms of schizophrenia that are stable and crystallized as in typical personality disorder. I don't know what that means. Those are my notes, and I don't know what that means. So let's see what the more in-depth notes have about it. Okay, wow, that's all the way at the bottom here. Alright, I guess we'll get to that. Oh, because it's a form of personality disorder, and that personality disorder stuff is all the way at the end. Alright, we'll get back to that. We'll get there. Okay, let's stop fucking around. Get to attenuated psychosis syndrome. This disorder appears in the conditions for further study section of the DSM. So this is another like diagnoses where they weren't sure what to put because they didn't want to group it with schizophrenia. They wanted to acknowledge that schizophrenia is a spectrum, but at the same time, this is just where some people kind of fall, you know, without really meeting all of the criteria of schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is still frequently associated with poor outcome. But where? Okay, let's just look here first, and then we'll elaborate further. So, it's an attempt to provide a diagnosis for may develop a psychosis, but before symptoms are so bad they fit into other diagnoses. Conditions are concerning and getting worse. Okay, this is what we'll need to know. The symptoms are about once a week in the last month, and they are in distress. They may develop a mood disorder, schizoaffective disorder, or a major depressive disorder. And antipsychotic medication may help these individuals. What I'm looking for is from my own knowledge, and I'll probably find it in here, is what's the difference between this and brief psychotic disorder? I guess because the important part is that they're getting worse. That's what it is. The important part about attenuated psychosis syndrome is that they have these symptoms and they're getting worse. It'd be brief psychosis disorder if they had them, a couple weeks ago, but they weren't having them maybe right now. But they did have, at least a month or a little bit less than a month of symptoms. That's brief psychotic disorder. Attenuated psychosis syndrome is kind of the earliest diagnosis somebody can have for schizophrenia, where they have had symptoms very recently in the last month and they're getting worse, but obviously they like we already know about when you get being diagnosed with schizophrenia, they are not going to get a diagnosis of schizophrenia, and well, then why wouldn't they get schizophreniform? Let's go back. There's probably a difference. I guess it's okay. Schizophreniform is probably for people who maybe they are a bit impaired, but they're not as much in distress. Schizophreniform is kind of like, yeah, there were times in the last 6 months where I had these symptoms, but I'm okay now, or maybe like they're not so bad right now, so we can wait the full 6 months and say whether or not this is going to be schizophrenia. And then attenuated psychosis syndrome. This is just the trouble with this spectrum, is differentiating these disorders. And if I had a bigger whiteboard, or at least a whiteboard that I could point my camera at, I would probably sort of draw that out. But I don't. I need a second camera for this study streaming for sure. Because if I'm writing stuff like I would be with stats, I could use that. And then if I wanted to turn it around and point at the whiteboard, I could do that too. Oh, that's not worth thinking about right now because I'm not doing it yet. Anyway. Okay. Alright, so what else is in here that I didn't just go over? At least one of the symptoms is present, and the severity is enough to warrant clinical attention. That's probably pretty important. Yeah, I have the worsening in the last year. Sure. And they're functioning okay, but it's getting worse. No history of a previous psychotic episode. Okay, you wouldn't give them this diagnosis if they'd already had a psychotic episode. Could process right into, yeah, we know that. Antipsychotic meds can reduce symptoms. Primarily see positives, that's probably important. And I'll add that here as well. You primarily see positive symptoms in this diagnosis. DX. Which, yeah, are the ones that we know, like delusions, hallucinations, thought disorder. Okay, let's move on. That's the spectrum. So the spectrum, let's see if I can name them off the top of my head, which I won't have to do, but we got schizophrenia as kind of an umbrella, and then in that we have schizoaffective, which is symptoms of schizophrenia, but also grouped with a major depressive or major manic episode. And then we also have schizotypal. No, we didn't get into schizotypal yet. Schizophreniform, which is kind of an intermediate diagnosis where they've had these symptoms but it hasn't been 6 months. Brief psychotic disorder, brief psychotic disorder, where there was a month, maybe less than a month period of having symptoms, but they aren't currently having them. Delusion-related disorder, where they had delusions, but they weren't that. They were still pretty high functioning, and they only fit delusions. There was no other criteria. And attenuated psychosis syndrome, where they are in distress, they're having symptoms in the last month, and they are worsening. That's like, I've already highlighted this, but that is so important for the criteria of attenuated. Yeah, they had at least one of the symptoms. Is there any I didn't name? I said delusion, schizoaffective, brief, schizophreniform. Schizophrenia, okay. Alright, not too bad. We'll get into schizotypal when we get into personality. Alright. Prevalence and epidemiology. Wait, dimensional assessment. What do I need here? Describe the dimensional assessment of schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders. Psychotic disorders are heterogeneous, and symptom severity can predict important aspects of the illness, such as the degree of cognitive and/or neurobiological effects. Oh, right. This is just the dimensional scale that I talked about, but I didn't show. You know what? For posterity's sake, let me just go over here and get the scale. Oh, my legs are gonna be burning. My legs are gonna be burning tomorrow. Man, oh man. All right. Let's clear off some of this stuff. Keys don't need to be here. Hey Chad, I hope I didn't leave you too long. Alright. So here's what I'm talking about. Here's what I've been talking about. How's that show? Is that focused? Okay. So, just leave that up there very briefly, in case you want to pause the video. Alright, so this is the dimensional assessment scale added in the DSM-5. It rates these symptoms from 0 to 4. The first, can I Vanna White this a little bit? Alright. The first 4 are positive symptoms. And then there's a group of negative symptoms. Impaired cognition, I would think, is a negative symptom, but it might not be, because this is negative symptoms. You would think this would be a negative symptom, but it's not. It's separate. Yeah, but so we know what these are, because these are the criteria. These first 3 are the criteria. Well, these 5 are all part of the criteria for being diagnosed with schizophrenia. But these 3 are crucial. So if anything, I should star them. Star, star, star. Well, that's an ugly star. And then down here, this is what I was saying about the second camera. Positive symptoms. Obviously, negative symptoms is negative. And then impaired cognition, I guess, if it's not negative, it's just kind of the other. And then the depression and the mania help with a diagnosis of schizoaffective. So the tough ones are schizophreniform, which is the intermediate diagnoses. Schizoaffective, which is grouping it with having major depressive disorder, and also or having symptoms of depressive episodes and manic episodes, along with symptoms of schizophrenia. and then schizotypal, which we'll get into, which is personality disorder. Oh boy. But yeah, so the only thing I kind of wanted to say about it, other than that, is that this is not working well for me. But it just goes from like not very severe symptoms, not showing them, down to present, like what, so not always present kind of, and then not very severe, and then from here it's like it is definitely present if you're giving it a score of 2 or more, and then it goes mild, moderate, severe. And I'm not really going to need to know that to that depth, but I definitely need to know about the dimensional analysis of symptoms. It's a shame that Buttercup missed some of that, because that's what he seemed like he was interested in, but what are you gonna do? Anyway, I'll keep that there in case I need a little bit more reference for it. Okay, so yep, and that's what I was talking about right here. Severity. Okay, we're good. We're good with that. All right, epidemiology of schizophrenia. Okay, this is the stuff that I would think people would find the most interesting. Like, if I were to like send out a blast into the science and technology like Twitch feed, I would say, hey, this stuff you might want to know. Okay, so it's found that there's a lifetime prevalence of about 1% of the population, and yeah, the ECA study found about 1.3% of the population have schizophrenia. DSM-5 reports a prevalence of about 0.3 to 0.7%. That's actually a huge gap. 0.3 to 0.07. Sorry, 0.7. And then, yeah, never married or separated individuals have a prevalence that's 2 to 3 times higher. I might just say 2 times higher for the test. Age of onset, we gotta remember, is about 20 years old. Females have the later onset. I don't really need to know the nitty gritty that it lags 4 to 5 years behind men. It's just not necessary. It's important to know, but it's just not necessary as an answer. And it can begin as early as childhood, but that's very rare. Actually, that's about 20% of individuals who are ultimately diagnosed with schizophrenia have some of an onset in childhood. But the main period is like college age for males, and then just late 20s for females. So maybe like 24 to 28 or so. 50% of people have an onset 18 to 25. 20% of people have onset in childhood. Let me finish this because I can't keep like milking this. Don't you hate when coffee's at that like perfect temperature where it's gross? Because if it's nice and ice cold, it's pretty good. And if it's hot, it's good. But there's like that lukewarm middle ground. Anyway, so right, 50% of people have an onset 18 to 25. Actually, it might be better to remember it like 20, 50, 30. 20, 50, 30. 20% of people have an onset in childhood. 50% of people have an onset in their early adulthood. And 30 have an onset after 26. So 20, 50, 30. That's what I'll try to remember in that order. By 25, 75% of those who get a diagnosis will have gotten one, if that makes sense. So let's talk about the prognosis. I'm going to keep it at percentages. So we're going to say 30% of people have an unrelenting course, as in their symptoms that will never remit after their first onset. 50% have intermittent or undulating course. Well, they'll have multiple episodes they'll have an episode that leads them to be hospitalized, and then they will improve, but something like stress, not taking the medication, or any, variety of reasons will cause a relapse. This can also, we'll talk about this later when we talk about affective emotion. Let's not jump ahead though. And then the remaining individuals will have had just one episode, so they may not have even been diagnosed with schizophrenia. But it's likely that almost everybody who has had some sort of psychotic episode will have some remittent symptoms. I wish I knew what this smaller number was, but about 20% have a favorable prognosis, and a smaller number of people will recover completely. I wish I could put an actual percentage to that. Prognosis is better in women than men. We don't really know that. We don't really know why. But, and I think I have it down here. It could be to do with the different chemicals that women have that have been shown to cause some sort of difference, or likely to be involved with a difference in prognosis for women. But it also could be due to the later age of onset, but maybe the age of onset's due to those chemicals. We're not sure yet. And then also, women likely have a better social support. They're more likely to be in a relationship, which is weird, because wouldn't there be equal rates of women being in a relationship to men? Since, you can say, like, they could be in a relationship with other women, but then, like, men can also be in a relationship with other men. So those people be in a relationship, but then also, if they're heterosexual, obviously they'd be in a relationship with a man, but that man would be in a relationship. I'm pretty sure the population's still 50-50. Anyway, we'll just say that prognosis is better in women than men, and it may be due to later age of onset, may also be to do with their chemicals. I just realized I actually I don't have an accurate title right now. I should change it to this. Studying schizophrenia disorders. Sorry for this lack of content, but let's just update that. Also, I'm getting messages from my cohort, and we'll see if okay, never mind. It is about the test, but it's stuff I don't really need to worry about. Actually, if I don't have any viewers right now, and if you are viewing, please speak up, because I'm just gonna take a quick break. But if there are viewers, then what the hell? I'll just keep at it. Huh. Alright, seems like I don't, and that's fine. I'm just gonna take a quick break. Be right back. we're coming back. Whew. Alright. Hey, that wasn't so bad, right? Alright. So, I got my water. Oh, excuse me. Wish I did that before I came back. Okay. Let's break into prevalence. Well, sorry. Well, we already did, but we did a little bit. 20, 50, 30. I want to remember. 20% of people have an onset in childhood. 50% of people have an onset in early adulthood. 30% of people after 26. I just want to go back over that. Just remember that. 20, 50, 30. Alright. I think what I want to remember is the stuff over here, because it's less than this stuff. And then let's throw this over here. Oh, I didn't mean to cut that, actually. Just copy. Okay. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, sure. Alright, and then you want to cut this because we want to throw it in here. Okay. Fucking Word format. Okay. Let's just go over this one more time. Prevalence is about 1%. ECA reports it 1.3%. DSM-5 reports it 0.3 to 0.7%. It's higher, twice as high. And then let's change that as well. I don't need to remember it 2 to 3 times. We can just put it as twice as high in the never married population. But that's more. I mean, I added this little note because that's clearly more correlation than causation. If anything, it's the disorder causes the divorce, separation, not the other way around. All right. Age of onset's around 20. Later in females. And then let's have this just be this. 30% have an unremitting course and they do not recover. 30% actually seems, that's like pretty good. That's surprisingly low. I would think it'd be higher. Okay, so I only have the ECA study shows race difference. There's a higher prevalence in Black Africans, but this hasn't been replicated. And the lowest prevalence is in the higher SES groups, and stress is likely involved in that statistic. That's actuality. No, whatever. So what is there are race differences, but these differences not stable across samples. Yep, and then I have that too. Okay. Alright, so let's move on. So this isn't going to be exactly great to watch because what I'm going to go into here is about a video that we watched in class where we saw 3 patients with schizophrenia. And I'm just going to go over very briefly. But there was Bob, who had an acute onset. And let's see. I want to see if I can actually find this video. I don't think I'd be able to. And it's not going to be on... Yeah, it's not on our school shared thing. Anyway, but acute onset, which means, it was abrupt It's usually a good thing in regards to schizophrenia, because if it's not like a progress diagnosis, that's got lower. So we know from going over that previously. Oh, sorry. I have like a mix of a yawn and a burp. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. That acute onset's better because it's just got better prognosis. More likely to be responsive to treatment. Positive symptoms, hallucinations, and disorganized speech. That's, yeah, they say that. That's all that. Okay. So Missy, so Bob, Missy, Steven, and they're all pretty different. They had their similarities though, but disorganized thought and speech, auditory hallucinations, anhedonia. Steven, all I really remember about Steven was that he was violent. He was the only like really violent one that we saw. But he diminished emotional expression. He stopped talking for many years. Stopped talking for many years. He also had both hallucinations and delusions that led him. Actually, so as I mentioned, these notes on the right are notes that somebody shared with me, and they're saying that he believed he had extraordinary powers, and he did say that, but when queried about his extraordinary powers, he just said that he had the ability to like hurt people. But like, does that, because like, yes, he answered yes to the belief that he had extraordinary powers, but when queried, he said that like, he said it in a weird way too, like I have the ability to like something like hurt a man or something like that. But it's like, that doesn't sound like extraordinary powers. That doesn't sound like he thinks he has extraordinary powers. Anyway, but he did say that he did. So violent thoughts, anhedonia as well. And I was looking for alogia. That's what I remember. He didn't speak that much. Impulsivity. Attacked his father. And led to... Well, he's already in the hospital. But he attacked his father and hospital staff. Alright. Sorry about that, because that's not interesting stuff. Because you didn't watch the video. Okay. Wait, didn't I skip something? No, I didn't. Okay. Alright, this stuff. Oh boy. This stuff is from an article I didn't read. Whoops. But we're going to go through it. So, answer the question, what makes cognitive impairment and schizophrenia an attractive target for research compared to delusions and hallucinations? So basically what they're asking, when they say cognitive impairment, they mean the negative symptoms. And the answer is that cognitive impairment is one of the critical determinants of quality of life and function in schizophrenia. More so than other symptoms like hallucinations or delusions. Now, that is so surprising to me, and hopefully the fact that it's surprising to me will help me remember this point, because you would think that delusions and hallucinations are the most impactful symptom against like leading a normal life, because nothing's normal about hearing voices that aren't there, seeing things that aren't there, and believing that Winona Ryder is in love with you. And it's these things that are harder to notice that are apparently, more critical determinant of quality of life, which is those like with a word. I mean, the word salad stuff makes sense. If you can't speak to somebody, if you can't eloquate your thoughts to somebody, then yeah, I mean, but it's other than the low motor function, that sort of stuff. So, and we know cognitive impairment from like the very beginning of this video. All this stuff: disorganized thoughts, reductions in memory, working memory, language, slower processing speed, social I mean, the social stuff, I guess, makes the most sense because we are not islands in this world. We are social creatures. So if that's impacted in a significant way, you can only imagine how bad your outlook is going to be. Oh, and yeah, that's all listed here. So all that I remember is that all I have to remember is that it's a critical determinant of quality of life, more so than hallucinations or delusions. And actually, okay. I'm just sort of like still trying to like assess her notes because this is the real answer. The major domains of cognitive impairment are these: content processing, working memory, and episodic memory. That's just fact, those are the major domains. So let's see. So what do we have? We have executive functioning is the most impaired. Content processing and goal-directed behavior. The brain areas implicated are dopamine and dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Let's see. What else should we know about this? Context processing is task-relevant information, the result of processing prior stimuli, and goals that are represented and maintained in working memory. So, yeah, memory is the big part. Memory is the big thing to remember. And we know this is reflected in impairments in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, or the DLP-FC. One hypothesis holds that intact functioning of dopamine and the should I just say DLP-FC? Which one's harder to say? Dorsolateral prefrontal cortex or DLF? Fuck. I think it's DLP-FC is harder to say because I keep mixing it up. Dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, alright, is responsible for the processing of context and a disturbance in the mechanism. And since we like pretty pictures, let me show you the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. So that's right here. So it's right here. Excuse me. So it's mostly just like, your frontal cortex. Okay, this is actually a perfect image for this. Let's just open image location. Is this what I want? My brain is kind of getting fried right now. Okay. So, orbitofrontal, ventrolateral, dorsolateral, prefrontal cortex. That's what's affected, or that's what handles a lot of your executive functioning, content processing. So, DLPFC. One hypothesis holds that intact functioning of dopamine in the DLPFC is responsible for processing of context, and a disturbance in this mechanism is responsible for a range of cognitive deficits in schizophrenia. So this kind of touches on the dopamine hypotheses that we'll go into later. But here, let's type this out in my notes, even though it doesn't really matter that it's in one note to the other. But one hypothesis holds that intact functioning of dopamine. Sorry if my keys are getting picked up on the mic. In the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is responsible. One hypothesis holds that intact functioning of dopamine in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is responsible for the processing of context, and a disturbance in this mechanism is responsible for cognitive deficits in schizophrenia. All right. Yeah, I mean, what executive functioning and context processing is pretty self-explanatory. Goal maintenance, inhibition. What I always like to remember is that our frontal brain, our cortex, holds back, so to speak, or otherwise controls our basal instincts and our kind of our Neanderthal brain, because our cortex was the last thing to develop in our evolution, in our brain's evolution. So when we think of what separates us from beasts, what separates us from the animals, it's all in the cortex. The amygdala and all that stuff, everybody has, but every creature has, but only the most intelligent creatures have a cortex that inhibits us, allows us to set goals, allows us to have our higher cognitive processes. And if we have impairment in those processes, like we see in schizophrenia, like we're saying right now, then that leads us to have all sorts of fucked up problems, basically. One of the biggest ones being developing schizophrenia. Okay, this theory between proactive and reactive control is pretty important. I'm not sure how I want to cover this though. So we'll kind of skip over it for now, because what's most important is just what executive functioning is and what brain areas are implicated. So we got that. Let's move on to working memory. So, if evidence suggests that individuals with schizophrenia have difficulty with processes attributed to the central executive component of working memory, and the central executive part is important because it supports manipulation and transformation of information held within storage buffer components of working memory. So, what does that mean? That means that the way we process memory gets distorted in schizophrenia in various ways, and it basically allows us to remember things that aren't there, and most of the time not remember things. I'm talking about people with schizophrenia. So the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, what the hell? Why does that keep popping up? I disabled that. Anyway, is associated with actions in the central executive and storage buffers in the anterior frontal and posterior parietal function. So those are the brain areas implicated in working memory. So most impaired, and then brain areas. Hey viewer, by the way, welcome to my study session. If you have any questions, please let me know, because I love teaching this stuff while I'm learning it. There's no better way to learn than teaching it. So what did I say? I said, actually I didn't say exactly. Yeah, okay. So most impaired would be the visuospatial. It's not VUO, is it? Visuospatial. It is. Verbal and episodic memory. So visuospatial verbal is obvious. Oh wait, I would put that under working memory. We have a whole episodic memory. working memory is like your RAM, basically. It's like what you're currently trying to keep in your head. And episodic memory actually kind of doesn't really have a component that can be compared with computers, because you can kind of think of it like your hard drive, but it's like more specific than that. It's like specific moments. It's almost like if you're a streamer and you have clips of specific, cool plays in your stream or topics you talk about, that you're like, that moment in time is your episodic memory. So what else is impaired? Deficits in tasks. Patients also have deficits in tasks, or on tasks, that require functions. Oh man, I can't. For some reason, whenever I stream and type, my spelling goes to shit. I just can't type as fast as I usually can. It's like Let's Play blindness, but for learning or teaching. Associated with central executive functioning. Okay. Jesus, executive. Okay. Let's just fix that. Deficits. Okay. So again, the brain areas are the inferior, frontal, posterior, parietal function, or I guess areas, and also the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex again. Prefrontal cortex and the thalamus. That's right. I remember that now. /striatum. Okay. Also the parietal cortex. It's all on the cortex is what we're learning here. Mostly in the cortex, at least. Not the thalamus, obviously. It's not in the cortex. The aspect hypothesized to be the most impaired is central executive functioning. Oh, okay. Okay. So we gotta add that here. So in executive functioning, the aspect hypothesized to be most impaired is proactive control. We're gonna highlight that. I get the, like, you get the little short, after you highlight something, you get this little bar. I always forget about it and I go up to the top. We're gonna say just the dorsolateral prefrontal. See, just like that. And then by the time I remember it's there, or I even notice it, it goes away. Okay. Central executive functioning. So that's important. Most impaired is every time I forget about it. All right. Dorsolateral. I can't help myself anymore. It's just not gonna happen. All right, episodic memory. So we know it. So yeah, episodic memory has everything to do with the encoding, the binding, and the retrieval mechanism of what I mentioned before. These episodes or moments in time in your memory. So that's what it is. But what's most impaired? Do I have that here? Yeah, okay. So they seem to have deficits in relational, and I'm actually not sure, memory formation and retrieval. So that's, the retrieval will be easy to remember, but why do I have memory twice? I don't know. Relational memory formation. So relational, I actually don't know that I know exactly what they mean by that. Oh, well, probably because, like, okay, so retrieval is pulling a memory from your head, or like, say you're taking a test that isn't multiple choice, right? I know what it is now. So you're taking a test that isn't multiple choice, like the test I'm taking tomorrow, and you have to write an essay, and they'll say describe episodic memory, and you have to like say write out this whole fucking paragraph or whatever on episodic memory. That's retrieving the information. Relational, or there's another word for it, but I'm drawing a blank, is when you get multiple choice, and it's like, episodic memory does, blank, binding, and retrieval, and encoding's in there, but so is other things. You see encoding, and you're like, oh, that makes the connection to your brain easier because you retrieve it from I just used the wrong word, but you're relating it to the memory that you have. You just didn't have a way to. It's just not as difficult as retrieving it from like kind of just deep down in your recesses of your memory, if that makes any sense. Please let me know if what I'm saying doesn't make any sense, because of course it's clear, or it's somewhat clear in my head, but that doesn't mean me explaining it is making any sense to you, who doesn't have the same like thought processes on this that I do. Alright, so brain areas, hippocampus obviously, but also the medial temporal lobe, and the everything here has to do with the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Hey, I used it this time. All right, let's read this overall, and then we're gonna move on. Bark and Caesar suggests that there's a common. So all of this information is taken from a paper that I don't have up or anything, but Bark and Caesar paper, and they suggest that there is a common mechanism contributing to deficits in executive functioning, working memory, and episodic memory, impairment in proactive control that can influence performance in a wide variety of cognitive domains. Deficits in proactive control reflect impairments in dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and its interactions with other brain regions, and the influence of the neurotransmitter systems. So what's important, what is proactive control? It's a form of cognitive processing in which a goal-relevant information is actively maintained in a form that biases attention, perception, and action towards the achievement of that goal. And actually, I should have my own version of that. I don't think I do. Okay. I thought I had my own little explanation on proactive control. Wait, I have another handout. Let's go back to the handouts, right? So, Bark and Caesar. Let's see if so for the YouTube video, you can pause if you want to read this little outline that we have. And here's the rest of it if you really want to read it. I don't know if you do or not, but proactive control, a form of early selection cognitive processing in which goal-relevant information is actively maintained in a sustained manner that optimally biases attention, perception, and action toward the achievement of that goal. So, what does that mean? I had a great example for this, and I really wish I wrote it down because apparently I didn't. There's a better way of explaining this, and it's really going to bug me that I don't have it right now. So I'm failing as a teacher right now. But that's okay. Goal-relevant information is actively maintained in a form that biases it. Oh, okay, I got it. So you obviously have, goal-relevant information. You have a goal, and you're only worried about processing the information relevant to that goal, so that other things like that need your attention or your perception either do or don't matter within the context of achieving that goal. So I guess just an example is, if you're thinking about a test that you have tomorrow, of course that's the first example that comes to my mind. You're only going to your attention and perception of everything else around you is all going to be in the context of that goal. So whether or not you like, so today, like, I exercised today, and I don't always do that, but I did it specifically today so that I would have a bit more energy in order to study longer. So that was my proactive control. And what Bark and Caesar are saying is that the deficits in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex affect that in a variety of ways. So let's go back to that definition, what we were just reading. Impairment, the deficits in these three domains, your context processing / your executive functioning, working memory, and your episodic memory, lead to impairment in your proactive control that affects performance, all over the place. Because if you can't sustain that attention on something, then you will fail in all sorts of your cognitive tasks that you set out for yourself. Okay, so let's just reread the definition again. Goal relevant information is actively maintained in a form that biases attention, perception, and action towards the achievement of that goal. And what Bark and Caesar are suggesting is that there's a common mechanism that contribute to deficits in these three domains: executive functioning, working memory, and episodic memory, that all tie into impairing that control. Okay, I think we can move on. So we have this fancy little graphic here that I'm gonna try not to remember too hard. But deficit in goal representation. Let's start from kind of the beginning. You've got all your dorsolateral prefrontal cortex problems, which go from your neurotransmitter impairments, your connectivity impairments, and then I guess this is just general dysfunction. It's kind of maybe a mix of both, or something that isn't explained by the neurotransmitters and not explained by the connectivity. Leads to deficits in your goal representation, which then lead to other impairments. Your episodic memory is fucked up. You don't have as good. You would almost think that these arrows are misleading, because these don't always lead into each other. They kind of go hand in hand, which is why I'm kind of going to try and make sure I don't really worry about this graphic that much. But we're going to look at something real quick that might explain this a little bit more, and then we're going to move on. So, okay. The major domains of cognitive impairment in schizophrenia are executive function, working memory, and episodic memory. And that's pretty easy to remember. If I have to, I don't really think I need like a mnemonic device or anything. Normally I would, but executive functioning, which is a kind of very general statement. You'd almost think you don't even need to say working memory and episodic memory from there, because that's, you'd think, would be included. But anyway, I will. Executive functioning deficits. Okay, and then I should be able to say what I have here. Executive functioning deficits include loss of proactive control and context processing. Working memory deficits include central executive functioning. And should I explain that more? Working memory deficits include the central executive functioning, which aid in encoding and transmitting information. And that's here, right? Somewhat. Episodic memory deficits include encoding new events, and relational memory is generally more impaired than item memory. The common psychological process thought to underlie all of these deficits is proactive control. So that's basically what we said. These three deficits are caused by a singular deficit in proactive control, What else? Proactive control involves the ability to hold goal-oriented information in your mind in an anticipating manner, in anticipation of, certain cognitive strain. And then I can explain that further by this can. Let me actually go into that. Actually, where do I have proactive control in here? I don't have proactive control in here. So let's type out what we just talked about. So let's go back a little bit. So after we introduce these three aspects, we want to say the common psychological process thought to underlie. That doesn't look right. All of these deficits, and actually, he's probably not going to ask me about the brain areas that are implicated, because it's mostly you just have to make sure you mention the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Okay, anyway, underlie all these deficits is proactive control. Proactive control involves the ability to hold goal-oriented information in your mind in an anticipating manner. This can involve generating effective strategies such as mnemonic devices and in cognitive tasks. So should I explain that more? Proactive control involves the ability to hold goal-oriented. I don't need to explain that more. If I do, I'll be upset, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to say proactive control deficits are thought to... Wait, I already said that. What I was going to say, that they're thought to underlie the other deficits seen. I thought to be caused by the DLPFC deficits in the DLPFC and its connectivity to other regions are implicated. Okay, that's kind of where this comes in. And I don't think I should. I could like draw this out for the test. I'm just not sure how crucial that is. You know? I mean, I don't know. Because this is the part that I would need to make sure I remember. This part's easy because we already know what these are. Like, we'll remember executive control impairments, working memory, and episodic memory. But maybe if I draw it out myself, it'll help me remember. So let's draw it on here. I'm sorry I can't show you on camera, but we're gonna draw out. We're just drawing this out. Oh, I really don't have room. For it. I'm sure I can find room. It's probably probably here. No, okay, yeah. Each of the following cognitive functions, what specific aspect is hypothesized to be most impaired and what brain areas are implicated? So it's dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. And then what I should remember, okay. I do need more space than what I'm giving myself right now, though. So let's just flip to a new page in my book. Fuck, I take a lot of notes. Alright. Sorry for all the cursing, by the way. I know this is educational, but that's how I educate myself. Exam 2. Study notes. So, what's important is that if we kind of just say, oh, okay, I was a little confused about what's like the difference between this and these two. And really there isn't. It's kind of a bit of an umbrella. And actually I wish it was flipped, even though this will make everything upside down. It should be like this, but I'm not going to be able to read it like that because, you know, causality goes downwards typically. You start from the top and things get so we start from the top, DLPFC leading to, and then what branches from that is impaired connectivity, DLPFC connectivity, and impaired dopamine, GABA, and glutamate inputs to the DLPFC. So what I could say is impaired neurotransmitter, but I can be specific too. Hopefully I'll remember it enough. But impaired dopamine, so D2, GABA, and glutamate inputs to the DLPFC all lead to a deficit in proactive control, okay, which then lead to the branching of the three. So we have working memory, and what I'll add here too, this will help me remember these three, is working memory kind of parentheses central executive functioning, yeah, and then just context processing or just executive control. And impairments comes after all this too, but I don't know if I need to write that down. Executive control, which is So that's weird. So I don't really have to write this part out. I could just write the deficit. I can write the deficit leads to executive control impairments, work memory impairments, and episodic impairments. But yeah, I guess the executive control impairment is proactive control, because proactive control is an umbrella term for, not really an umbrella term, but a deficit in proactive control means a deficit in working memory, episodic memory, and some other like content processing and goal-directed behavior. I guess I could put that goal-directed. But goal-directed behavior means proactive control. Whatever. I'll just write out episodic memory. Which is strategic, relational. Oh yeah, encoding and retrieval is the important thing. Encoding and retrieval impairments. Retrieval impairment. Okay, so drawing this out might actually help me. I mean, it doesn't look so great. Okay, let me get a better camera view. So I gotta see if this focuses. But yeah, I mean, there's no point in showing you this. This is exactly what you see on the other side. I just wrote it out upside down. Yeah, I mean, it might help me to actually write this out on the test so that I can then spell it out. In sentence form. Okay, all right, let's move on. We're gonna come back to that when we come back to everything else, because we're all right. So we're 2 hours in, and we're halfway through all the content. I think I'm gonna go through the other stuff a bit faster. Well, actually, I can't promise that, but maybe hopefully I'll go through the next stuff within the next hour. Because personality disorders, I don't really need to touch on too much, but I will. And then we're gonna go back through it all. Do a little bit of reminding me of things and quizzing and stuff like that. So okay, so where were we? We are right here before the dopamine stuff, which we don't want to get into yet. So risk factors and proposed etiological mechanisms and evidence to support their role. So genetic inheritance. So I mean, I can kind of spitball this stuff that genetics is the most prominent factor. Well, monozygotic, I don't know what these notes are saying, but all monozygotic twins with schizophrenia. Well, right. I mean, they have like somebody with schizophrenia that has a monozygotic twin. Their twin has about a 50% chance of getting schizophrenia, and yeah, what's important is that the more severe the symptoms for one twin, the higher the risk for the other twin. What else do we want to say about that? I mean, this is what's really interesting. Like, it's like genetics is the most prominent risk factor for schizophrenia, however many ways I want to say it. Except that 90% of programs have no immediate family with the disorder. So it's almost like, how does that math work? 70% don't even have extended family with the disorder. It's just like, if you don't have any family with schizophrenia, you're still like, it's still possible. I mean, it's 1% of the population, so don't get paranoid, people. But it's still possible you'll get it. It's not like, but if you do have a family with schizophrenia, there's actually a neat little thing I have here. This is the percentage that the likelihood that you will develop schizophrenia based on the relation to the person with schizophrenia in your family. So obviously the farther away you are, the less likely, and then all the way down to monozygotic twins, which are identical twins. What are my notes here? Right, so for children, if you're the child of somebody with schizophrenia, you have about a 13% chance of developing it, but that risk is higher if you are raised in the same household as your parent with schizophrenia, which could mean like a lot of things. It's probably just because we know schizophrenia responds to stress, so it's probably pretty stressful to live in the house of anybody with schizophrenia, let alone your own parent. So that makes sense. So yeah, I guess this is important. Some suggestion that genetic inheritance might not play a large role in mild cases, but does play a large role in more severe cases. Yeah, we don't know anything about what specific genes are inherited. Sorry, okay, I just wanted to see if that was relevant to the test. I don't know. There's just a lot to do with the genetic risk. I think I don't know. I can probably spitball some stuff. Just the fact that, you know, you have a very... I definitely need to mention this. 90% of probands with schizophrenia have no immediate family with the disorder. 70% don't even have extended family. But the largest predictor of developing schizophrenia is still... I guess because there is no other predictor. That's why it's still the largest and most prominent risk factor. Because there's no other risk factor. It's like we saw earlier that low SCS is a high risk factor for developing schizophrenia, but that's just to say that stress is a high risk factor for developing it. But that's only if you are already at risk. It's like it's complicated. It's complicated. Especially because we know it's if it has a lot to do, we know it has a lot to do with genes, but there's not just one or two or three genes. It's likely a group of genes that come together in different ways, like can combine in lots of different ways to, you know, give you certain symptoms but not others, you know, certain hallucinations or delusions, and, you know, negative symptoms but not others, but not other symptoms, while other combinations can do the same. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm clearly like starting to lose it, but we're gonna be here for another 2 hours, so I better fucking strap in. Okay, let's kind of get through that. Wait, why are we jumping right to dopamine and glutamate? Okay. I mean, I can jump to that, but are we going to talk about prenatal okay, and winter birth? Okay. So let's get into the dopamine and the glutamate, because that is going to be important. I know it is. And actually, before we even get into it, I'm going to get more water. I'll be right back. everybody. Got my water. Hello, Guts TV. I think you already left, but thanks for stopping by. Sucks that you decided to when I was like the 2 minutes I was gone. Oh well. What are you gonna do? Okay, so where were we? All right, we're starting on dopamine. So yes, there's all this information, and I should know it all of it. But oh, okay. Well, welcome. If you would like to learn about schizophrenia, here we are. It's not for everybody, but who knows? So I'm obviously studying for a test, but I'm also trying to teach at the same time. I'm trying to teach myself. So I don't really think I need to know all of this shit because there's a lot of it. But there's two main neurotransmitters that are likely to affect schizophrenia, or the onset of it, or the symptoms of it. There's the dopamine hypotheses and the glutamate hypotheses. What's important about the dopamine hypotheses is that what the reason that it's becomes okay, there we go. The reason it's prevalent is because the first time scientists and doctors ever noticed a reduction in positive symptoms of schizophrenia is when they gave medication that blocked the dopamine receptors that decreases dopamine reuptake and function. Except that they realized that dopamine inhibitors increase negative symptoms, and of course, remember, negative symptoms are the symptoms that cause the most dysfunction for people with schizophrenia. That's like the low affect, the low motor functioning, and then the positive symptoms are the hallucinations, the delusions, and the disorganized thoughts and speech. But Guts, if you feel like this is interesting, welcome. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I know, if you're just joining in, there's stuff you missed. There's stuff that I'm going to reference. I am going to go back over a lot of stuff, so I'm happy to do it at any time. So it's posited that cortical dopaminergic functioning leads to negative symptoms, which are primary in this dopamine hypothesis, which causes a feedback loop that tells the brainstem to produce more dopamine, which leads to dopaminergic state. I gotta get used to saying these. I don't know why I can't enunciate them well, which is associated with positive symptoms. So, okay, let's pull out the important stuff. We don't need this. We don't need this. Let's pull out the stuff that really matters. There's a lot of fluff. So thorazine is important to remember because in the 1950s it was discovered that it was effective for schizophrenia treatment, but at some point there was an emphasis on these negative symptoms, that we realized that although we can see the positive symptoms very clearly, you can see delusions if somebody thinks that they are Jesus Christ reborn. That's pretty clear. So it was very exciting when these dopamine inhibitory drugs started to show a effect that, hey, these people all of a sudden didn't think they were Jesus anymore, or they stopped hearing voices, or they stopped having word salad, where them talking constantly and really not saying much, and that was exciting. But over time, they realized that there was still tons of that not only were there the negative symptoms were still there, but they were actually increasing with this decrease in dopamine. But it just became more important to figure out how to treat these negative symptoms in the 80s and 90s. And as I said, dopamine blockers would increase negative symptoms. And some schizophrenics had an excessive amount of dopamine receptors, some had very little. The mesolimbic and mesocortical pathways are important, but I don't think I'm going to need to talk about that. Let's see, what else have I highlighted for dopamine? Efficacy of antipsychotic drugs was shown to be highly correlated with their ability to block activity at dopamine receptors. Right, that's what we said. The only problem, like I said, is that it could exacerbate negative symptoms. Okay. That's kind of the brief dopamine hypothesis. Is there anything really I want to go right now? No, let's jump to glutamate and then we'll come back when we go over it again. But the glutamate hypothesis, and this one's a bit easier to remember. Glutamate hypothesis implicates glutamate, which is an excitatory neurotransmitter, and the NMDA receptor as important to specifically negative symptoms, treating negative symptoms. So this hypothesis suggests that poor transmission of glutamate subcortically leads to a deficit in GABAergic transmission in the thalamus. So that's important to know that the thalamus is an important brain area that's implicated in schizophrenia and the glutamate hypothesis. The glutamate hypothesis implicates a decrease in glutamate subcortically, which is, the cortex is, our upper areas, the things that I like to say make us who we are. I think a lot of people would agree with me, but that's complicated, when you talk about souls and stuff like that. But I would say that the cortex is what makes us who we are, and the glutamate hypothesis implicates a decrease in glutamate subcortically, which lead to positive symptoms. A decrease in glutamate leads to positive symptoms. So, treating that with an increase in glutamate has a good effect on decreasing positive symptoms. And a decrease in glutamate also elicits exotoxicity and neurodegeneration, which lead to the negative symptoms. That's probably important. So the slow blockage of the NMDA receptor over time may explain the later onset in schizophrenia, as the mechanisms associated with excitotoxicity and neurodegeneration are not fully developed until late adolescence, which the dopamine hypothesis can't explain. This came about following evidence that drugs that block NMDA receptors, such as PCP and ketamine, provoke or increase both positive and negative symptoms in schizophrenia. So, if we know that these drugs provoke or increase both positive and negative symptoms of schizophrenia, it makes sense that antagonists and NMDA antagonists, NMDA agonists would help fight the symptoms of schizophrenia, positive and negative. And we're going to have to go back over that, but that's kind of the quick and dirty. The glutamate hypothesis, accounts for the gaps in the dopamine hypothesis by accounting for negative symptoms and cognitive deficits and structural brain changes. And it accounts for late onset. Oh shit, yeah. That scared the shit out of me. I don't know why. Thank you for the follow. I think that was Drake something. That's, for some reason, I just did not expect that. I was so in the zone. Drake's on Addion. I'm sorry, I completely messed that up, I'm sure. But thank you for the follow. It means a lot to me. There'll be plenty more content like this, trust me. But I also do gaming, and there's gonna be more of that too. So I can't really say that I keep a schedule, but I try to just stream whenever I can. And since I'm in grad school, that's really not all that often. But I ran into hardware issues somewhat recently that I've been working on fixing. That had slowed down my streaming, but at least my gaming streaming. So we'll see if that's going to change in the future. I'm going to be gaming more if that's what you're interested in. If it's not what you're interested in, there'll also be more of this, and I'm going to try and make sure I update my go live notification so that you know what you're tuning in for. Hopefully that'll clear some things up. Okay. So, okay, let's go through the condensed answer. Guts TV, thank you as well for the follow. I don't need to repeat that. I hope that you know that, I stream this sort of stuff, and I also stream some gaming stuff. I've been trying to stream a lot of GameCube games because for some reason I've been driving down that nostalgia lane. But I'm also going to be streaming the new Call of Duty because I've been playing that too. But this stuff is kind of more important for now, so I got to stick to that while I can and while I figure out my hardware problem. All right, let's go through the condensed answer for the glutamate hypothesis, because this is probably what I'm going to try and spit out on the test. But the basis for the glutamate hypothesis is the observed symptomatic effects of the glutamate antagonists. Glutamate antagonists are, if you do or don't know, things, just drugs that either stop reuptake of glutamate or stop the production of glutamate, which just is to say that less glutamate in your brain. So glutamate antagonists induce positive symptoms. So by reducing the glutamate in your brain, we can induce the positive and negative symptoms of schizophrenia. And just to kind of, since I have some people just tuning in, positive symptoms is not, good. Positive does not mean good, and negative does not mean bad. They're all kind of bad, really, but positive means things like delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thought and speech, things that are like can be measured in a way, or at least can be observed directly. Right away, somebody comes in your office and starts talking about that they're Jesus Christ reborn. Like, that's clear. There's you don't need multiple observations to tell that. Or if somebody comes in your office, says that they are hearing voices or seeing things that aren't there that other people don't see, that's clear cut. That's a hallucination. Negative symptoms are, low social activity, low speech, low meaning of speech. I said social probably already. Low motor functioning. Stuff that, one, likely gets worse over time. So it's not exactly clear that this isn't just part of who they are. But it takes a bit to kind of understand that this is a symptom of schizophrenia. Okay, so that's just kind of a quick and dirty re-teaching of positive and negative symptoms. If you have any questions, or if you want me to go over anything, please let me know. I would love to. And right, so we know that glutamate antagonists induce positive symptoms and negative symptoms, similar to those seen in schizophrenia, because healthy people that take PCP and ketamine elicit acute psychotic symptoms, and that is they also exacerbate psychotic symptoms in people who already have schizophrenia. And they do that through modulation of NMDA. I keep wanting to say MDMA, which is obviously not what I'm trying to say. NMDA receptors. So it's a hypofunction of the NMDA receptor that induces symptoms. Hypo means less or decreased function, and hyper means increased. So PCP and ketamine bind at the NMDA receptor, and schizophrenia may result from a dysregulation of this NMDA receptor. I don't know if I'm going to need to know this other stuff. Okay, this is important. At high concentrations, glutamate's toxic and induces neuronal dysfunction and degeneration. This process is known as excitotoxicity. So that's what's weird. Less glutamate leads to schizophrenic symptoms. More glutamate leads to cell death and degeneration and dysfunction. So, if we didn't already know, this is an insane balancing act to figure out how to treat schizophrenia. One of the most obvious neurotransmitters that directly involved with it, you can't have too little and you can't have too much. So what the fuck are you supposed to do? What's the last whole point here? So in schizophrenia, the disruption of the glutaminergic signaling may result in an excitotoxic effect secondary to excess stimulation of non-NMDA glutamate receptors, leading to the structural findings seen in the illness, which is structural findings are that they're increased ventricles, decreased cortical size. All right, Guts, be right back. Don't you worry, I'll be here. I'll be here waiting. So yeah, overall, the dopamine system plays a role in positive symptoms. NMDA hypothesis to some degree accounts for negative and cognitive symptoms. It also accounts for, what did we just say it accounts for? It accounts for age of onset. It also accounts for positive symptoms. We said something else. The music stopped as soon as I said we said something else, and I can't remember what it was. These two symptoms might account for the range of symptoms seen in the disorder, but this is still there's so much variability. So we know that there are people with schizophrenia who have, an increase in dopamine. There are people with schizophrenia who have a lack of dopamine receptors. There are people who don't respond to these medications. So even though we can see, reactions from some people, we can see that we can induce schizophrenic symptoms in other people with these drugs. It's still nothing is clear, which is frustrating. That's why schizophrenia is such an enigma. But yeah, it's safe to say there's ongoing interest and active research in these systems. Let's move on. We're going through these terms right now. So prenatal viral exposure is pretty straightforward. If the mother is exposed to, of a virus, not a bacterial infection, but a viral infection, then the child is at a higher risk of developing schizophrenia. Is there anything else we want to say about that? Suggested exposure increases the risk of developing schizophrenia. It's not a direct cause, but may... Right, so it's likely not that it causes it in people that wouldn't have gotten it already, but people that are at a risk for it, it increases that risk. We don't really know shit about it, though. There's just evidence of it. Yeah, there's not really much. We don't know much about it, so there's not much to say. This is even more of an enigma. The winter birth thing. This is crazy to me. There is some sort of correlation found that the individuals that do develop schizophrenia are born in the winter and early spring. And this also kind of like goes along with the infection hypothesis, but there's just like only speculation for this. There's been found some sort of correlation, but I love this. Like, it could be that there's so obviously the conception, it happens in summer months, and some people think it's something to do with a deterioration of sperm quality during summer months. But we don't really have a good understanding of these mechanisms. We can replicate them, but we don't know what the fuck's going on. And yeah, for those high in genetic risk, it doesn't really explain much of the variance, but it may be the tipping point for those who are low in genetic risk. So say if you have a cousin who has schizophrenia, you have something like, what did I just say? It's like a 2% chance of developing it yourself. But if you have a cousin with schizophrenia and you're born in the winter, that risk shoots up to like 25% or something crazy like that. And then yeah, there's also other factors that people have hypothesized. Nutritional factors, like we said, exposure to infection, deterioration of sperm. The meteorological factors. All right, anyway. Obstetric complications. which is to say complications at birth. It is insane. Drake's on it. Yeah, wait. Drake's son. Oh, I get it now. When I was trying to pronounce that before, it was like I was trying to read it too quick. That's a great name. It is insane. But complications at birth are also lead to a higher risk for developing schizophrenia in the populations that already are at some risk for it, usually genetic risk. Let's see. And this is another, this is likely to do with, so usually you'll only really see this in developing countries because the complications, like we just don't typically have, we do have obstetric complications in industrialized countries, but it's not as high. But the complications are somewhat probably correlated with disease exposure in utero. Okay, let's skip over that. So we know in schizophrenia there's a lot of neurodegeneration going on. Usually, like I mentioned this before, but there's decrease in your gray matter, your white matter, and the size of your an increase, in the size of your ventricles. And all that means, if somebody says increase in the size of your ventricles, it's a bit misleading because it just like saying decrease in gray matter and decrease in white matter leads to larger ventricles. Ventricles are just the empty space in your brain that holds cerebral spinal fluid. Everybody's got it. My ventricles are actually pretty big. I don't know what that says about me, but I also have a big head. But everybody's got ventricles. Some of them are really small, and you can have small ventricles and still have like brain matter deterioration. But if you have a decrease, some sort of decrease in your gray matter, decrease in your white matter, you have larger ventricles. That's just how it is. It's not like you're not having decreases and you're also increased your size of your ventricles. All right. That being said, enlargement of ventricles, reduction of volume in the prefrontal cortex, because that's what really matters is the damage to your prefrontal cortex, because your cortex is what makes you the walking, talking human being you are. Without a prefrontal cortex or a cortex in general, you're just we're just animals. I mean, we're all animals, but it's what allows us to make decisions and derive goals and inhibit our behavior and stuff like that. So it's what makes us the higher food chain. Only about 25% of people who develop schizophrenia actually have neurodegeneration, which is important because you can't just, that's why you don't want to say, if I scan my brain, I've been through an MRI plenty of times, so I'm never going to say, oh, my ventricles are big, I must have schizophrenia. That's or dementia, because that's also where you'll see in dementia, you'll see the same sort of decrease in gray and white matter. Dementia and Alzheimer's. I guess I should make sure I go over the hypofrontality hypothesis. So if you have a reduced blood flow to your frontal lobe, you'll see cell death typically. Kind of how in Alzheimer's, your taxon plangles. Wow. Taxon plangles. Oh my god. It's clearly getting late. Plaques and tangles, not taxon plangles. Oh my god. Plaques and tangles. Oh man, maybe I do have dementia. Anyway, as your brain cells get choked, or you lose blood flow, that causes cell death, which can lead to neurodegeneration. Pretty straightforward. Decreased activity in the frontal lobes compared to people who do not have schizophrenia, shown by fMRI studies, are potentially responsible for the negative cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia. Any questions? Great. All right. This stuff is pretty straightforward. Expressed emotion. let me scroll down to this one. So we went over this stuff. Oh, this is probably important too. People with schizophrenics with neurodegeneration don't typically respond to drugs, which sucks. And there's really no explanation for that. That we know of. Why am I so close to my camera? Actually, let me just do that a little bit. Okay. Scrolling down. All right. Expressed emotion. So basically, all of this is saying, and I'm gonna have to know this in more detail than when I'm about to explain it, but being in a high stress environment leads to relapse and or just the what's the word I want to say? Like not just relapse, but like development of schizophrenia. So expressed emotion is the critical, hostile, and emotionally over-involved attitude that relatives have toward a family member with the disorder. Sometimes these family members are well-meaning. Most of the times they're hypercritical and hostile to their family member with schizophrenia, which makes decreases their relapse time, which actually kind of sounds like it's a good thing. Decreases your relapse time, but it just means that you're more likely to relapse more consistently if your family home is hypercritical and not understanding of the disorder, and the emotional climate in your home is very tough. So if I can PSA anything, it's try not to be hypercritical of your family with schizophrenia. They're people too, and you're gonna make them relapse, especially if they just got out of the hospital. I mean, at any time. I shouldn't even say especially anything. But okay, EE is assessed through an interview with a key family member. It's a measure of how much criticism, hostility, or emotional over-involvement the relative expresses when speaking about a family member with the psychopathology. And what's important about this too is actually it's not just about schizophrenia. If you have a family member that has mood disorders, depression, bipolar disorder, OCD, substance abuse, and you're creating a hostile environment at home, you are setting them up to fail, basically. You are setting them up to relapse and rehospitalization. So try your best to just be patient, is the most I can say, but also seek help with helping your family member through this recovery process. There are tons of reasons why people relapse, especially in schizophrenia, but this expressed emotion is a very high risk factor. So PSA, don't do it on your own. How about that? Don't try and say, oh, they're home now, because you're gonna get frustrated. You're not gonna understand what's going on with them, especially if they're delusional. So because to you, a rational person, you're gonna say, oh no, like I'll show you that the neighbors aren't listening in on all of our conversations, or there's nobody following you home every day. Like, these delusions don't respond to evidence. That's what makes them delusions. Just if you are less understanding and hypercritical, you're setting them up to fail. That's all I have to say. And if you're hostile, obviously. So let's go through. So what's important of how EE is assessed is through the Camberwell Family Interview, CFI. Contains questions about the development of the patient's psychiatric difficulties, as well as questions about specific symptoms. Focuses specifically on how the relative deals with difficult situations involving the patient more generally. So if the relative deals with difficult situations with frustration or talking negatively about the patient, that's gonna be high expressed emotion, and that's gonna be bad for the patient. So they look in these interviews, they look for the criticism, hostility, and emotional over-involvement Because that's the thing. It's not just about being critical or being hostile. You can be completely well-meaning and have emotional over-involvement. And that's not to say, leave them alone to suffer, obviously. But if you're trying to exert too much control over them and they feel like they have no control over their own life, that's just... And again, this isn't just schizophrenia. This is across many different... I think I have them listed somewhere. But across many different disorders. So just try your best. I know it's difficult to... if you're a somewhat healthy, functioning individual, it's pretty tough to kind of understand what the problems they're having, but seek help yourself. You don't have to do it alone. We have all these, wonderful resources now. Use them. Anyway, that's enough of my PSA. Let's get through this. Patients that go home to families with higher emotional involvement have a shorter time to relapse, which means they relapse more and they're more likely to be hospitalized. The relationship between emotional involvement and low outcomes is not specific to schizophrenia, which is what I was saying. Reducing EE increases the time to relapse. So that's also to say, schizophrenics and people with anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, eating disorder, substance abuse, OCD, they relapse. They relapse for many reasons. A lot of the times with schizophrenics, it's just because they stop taking their medication. So it's not, always your fault. Don't blame yourself either. But just try your best and seek help for yourself as well. Okay. EE is a form of stress for patients. The attribution model relates as high-low. EE relatives have different news on the cause of the patient's illness and what can be done about it. So everybody has their own opinions on how to treat mental illness. Like telling people with depression, just be happy, just smile more, and you won't be depressed. Like that's EE. That's expressed emotion or high expressed emotion. The high EE relatives have more attributions of control and have more rigid ideas about what can be done. So that's the part of even the most well-meaning relatives can have these ideas of how they can help, and then when those things don't work and maybe even frustrate the patient even more, then they get frustrated and it I want to say downward spiral, but it's more like an upward spiral of frustration and stress, and then it downward spirals into a relapse. All right, that's enough of EE for now. Is there anything else I should just this Camberwell family interview is important. The 3 things that are assessed are, what were the 3 things again? Criticism, hostility, and emotional over-involvement. Okay, I'll try and remember that. Okay, all right. That's a lot of stuff on EE. All right, this stuff I really gotta learn. So, interaction of culture and psychopathology are these 4 things that are important, and I'm really kind of learning this right now. Actually, there's 6, but there's also 4. There's 6 main factors, but there's also 4. There's 4 important ones. So, pathogenicity are the cultural ideas, beliefs directly contributing to stress that may lead to psychopathology. Pathoselectivity, culturally sanctioned reaction patterns or coping mechanisms that are chosen in times of stress. Pathoplasticity, cultural ideas, beliefs that influence the presentation of symptoms of psychopathology. Pathoreactivity, cultural ideas, beliefs that influence how others react to psychopathology. So, okay, that's what I gotta remember, that pathoreactivity influence how others react to psychopathology, which lead to influences on the labeling of the disorder and the expression of suffering felt by individuals with the disorder. And then there's so those are 4 important ones. Those are the ones I gotta fucking know. And then the remaining two are patho-elaborative effects, which make pathological behaviors extreme, and patho-facilitative effects, which influence the presentation of pathology, specifically prevalence. So, god damn, that's going to be tough to remember. I'm going to figure out how to really study that in the next 12 hours. Because I take my test in 11 hours. All right. Okay, this is important too. The differences between developing and developed countries in regard to schizophrenia. So something you might be surprised by is that in developed countries, we actually have higher rates of remission. Wait, these notes are wrong, but so wait a minute. Rates of symptoms are different between developing and developed countries, especially ones with and without centralized religion. So apparently centralized religion is like terrible for schizophrenia, mainly because if you believe there is like one deity as a schizophrenic, you either like are more likely to believe you are that deity or that they're specifically talking to you. But in societies like Japan, where their religion typically is more about kind of multiple deities, they don't have as high of, maybe not as high of rates, but they just have better prognosis. There's a better course and prognosis of schizophrenia in developing countries than in developed countries. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay, I was confusing myself. Yeah, it makes sense. In developing countries, remission occurs 63% of the time, and developed countries, it occurs 37% of the time. So what that means is, in developing countries, if you have schizophrenia in a developing country, you're more likely to see a lapse or a complete halt of your schizophrenic symptoms than you are in developed countries like the US and Europe. Which is shocking, right? Like, we have all these like tools and systems for how to treat and help people with mental disorders, specifically schizophrenia, and yet remission is much higher, almost double, in developing countries. And there's a lot of speculation for why that is. My personal one is probably what everybody would say, where that traditional cultures typically are more societal. They're not as individualistic as we are and as they are in Europe. And it just seems like having that social net is extremely helpful for people with schizophrenia. But it's shocking, that remission rate. It's so much higher in developing countries. And another theory for that is actually that we already know that birth ostentic complications are a risk factor in developing schizophrenia. But what you don't kind of factor in is that in developed countries, you can have birth problems, but the baby and the mother typically will still live. In developing countries, if you've got some sort of problem, they're both likely to die. So basically, the fact that death in childbirth is higher may contribute to what we're seeing. Patients with schizophrenia in developing countries experience more short and long-term recovery outcomes than people in Europe and USA, which is very strange. There are differences between hallucination types. African countries have a higher rate of visual and tactile hallucinations. Traditional cultures have a higher rate of visual hallucinations. There's a better course and prognosis of schizophrenia in developing countries such as Mauritius and Sri Lanka. Okay, we already knew that. Rates of symptoms are different between developing and developed countries, especially ones with and without centralized religions. That's what I was saying before. Schizophrenia prognosis is better in non-industrial countries. Overall, they experience more short and long-term recovery outcomes compared to Europe and USA. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Egocentric versus sociocentric. So we are egocentric. In industrialized nations, we typically are more egocentric. In developing countries, it's typically more sociocentric, which creates a better net for those with schizophrenia. But at the same time, and this might even be, however, in developing countries, mental illness is often seen as more of a stigma than it is here. So while they'll have those familial symptoms, they usually don't want to share the fact that they do have these symptoms, and that causes stress, which makes their symptoms worse. All right. I don't need this stuff. I'm not. Fuck. I don't want to do that. Okay. I don't need this stuff. Personality disorders. Okay. So I think all I really want to know is cluster A and Meals model. And then we're kind of done going over the stuff, initial stuff. We're on kind of the last couple things, and then we're gonna go back through some stuff, or we'll do some flashcards. We might do flashcards because I'm getting antsy and itchy, and flashcards are sexier than just looking at this study guide. So the personality disorders included in cluster A. So there's cluster A, B, and C, but cluster A is what I think I'm going to want to focus on. So we have, so cluster A is eccentric. And what are the other ones? It's right here. So eccentric, erratic, and anxiety or fear. And I want to just make this a bit easier for myself. I just like thinking about it this way. So if I want to think of A, E, B, E, and CA. So 3 clusters: A, eccentric; B, erratic; C, anxiety and fear. These are all personality. We're talking about personality disorders. So in cluster A, which is most closely associated with schizophrenia, we've got paranoid personality disorder, which includes a lot of the delusions that we talked about in the beginning. Jealous, often suspicious, interpreting positives as negatives, hypercritical, hostile, stubborn, argumentative. Don't typically have delusions or hallucinations. That's what differentiates it from just straight schizophrenia. And the paranoia would typically be considered non-bizarre instead of bizarre, where they're paranoid that people are, actually stealing thoughts out of their head or inserting thoughts or controlling them through some way. These are typically non-bizarre, where they're jealous in a kind of more reasonable way, but not it's still like not believable. Like it's fine if people are jealous normally, but it's to an extent that they're jealous of everybody, or they think everybody's jealous of them, or they're suspicious of everybody, or just suspicious without any evidence. All right, so in cluster A, there's paranoid. Do I have good notes over on this side? Yes, I do. Okay, there's paranoid personality disorder, schizoid personality disorder, and schizotypal personality disorder. Schizotypal is one I'm going to have to really study, I think. Oh, man. So paranoid personality disorder is a pattern of pervasive distrust and suspiciousness of others. Suspect without basis that others are exploiting, harming, or deceiving them. So they're paranoid. They're jealous. They're hostile. I think what's really just important is that they don't have delusions or hallucinations. Well, I guess a delusion, when I say they don't have delusions, I mean delusions other than the paranoid delusion. Which makes me wonder, because we talked about delusion disorder, where they're delusional without any other symptoms. But I guess this is just specific to paranoid, is what differentiates it. Just gotta try and, order these out in my head somehow. Schizoid personality disorder is a pattern of pervasive detachment from social relationships. So it's that extreme social, negative social symptoms. Detachment from social, lack of even desire for a relationship, poor social skills, no strong emotions, just distant from people, distant from emotions. All right, schizotypal personality disorder is going to be a little bit tougher. So I have here social and cognitive characteristics. So it's kind of another spectrum, schizophrenia personality disorder. Distortions and behaviors, odd beliefs and thinkings. Thinking that things have a special significance to them. They have special powers. This is one of the ones that typically isn't treated with medication. It's typically treated with care and close management of their symptoms. It's important that they don't generally seek treatment for their odd beliefs, because they typically wouldn't think there's anything wrong, so to speak, with them. They typically don't think they have this disorder. But they will say, I have anxiety, I have depression. Okay, and I'm gonna have to go back over that too. So the last big thing we're gonna go over before we kind of review is Meal's model of schizophrenia. And really, I just need to remember that it's based on gene and environment interactions. Came from twin studies. Meal proposed that people have a genetic predisposition for schizophrenia. He was kind of one of the first. And schizotaxia is the genotype for predisposition for schizophrenia. He postulated from this genetic predisposition, individuals will develop schizophrenia or schizotypal personality disorder based on environmental factors. So that basically what he's saying, what his theory is that there is a genotype predisposition. So basically anybody who has schizophrenia has this schizotaxia, right? That is a group of genes that predispose you to developing schizophrenia, and then actually developing it, schizophrenia or schizotypal personality disorder, are the environmental factors that, like stress and stuff that lead, or being around schizophrenia, that lead you to develop it, that lead it to express itself. Okay, this is so this is the diathesis stress model. So diathesis stress model is that it's this you are predispositioned to it, you're vulnerable to it, but actually developing it is due to the stress that life causes you. Which, if I had to kind of speculate on, it makes sense, but there's also the fact that 90% of people that develop schizophrenia don't have any relation, or don't have any immediate relatives, and then 70% don't even have extended family that have schizophrenia. So, and then there's also that, like, even though it's more likely for you to develop schizophrenia when you're in high stress situations like low SES, low socioeconomic status, leads you to, you know, likely develop the disorder. There are people that have, you know, had no stress in their life, that still develop schizophrenia. You know, had everything given to them, and, you know, never really never wanted for anything, and they still develop schizophrenia. So, but hey, it's not about my personal opinion. Since I'm taking a test, I just gotta learn this shit. So, genetic association with schizophrenia, and his work came from twin studies, because monozygotic twins, identical twins, have a 50% chance of developing the disorder if their twin has it. Okay. Alright, we're kind of at the end. So we're not really at the end when I say that. We're at the end of, like, the information. Basically, in the last 3 hours, wow, I've just gone through everything that's going to be on the test. Now what I'm going to do is I can either go back through stuff, kind of do that again, but even faster, just so that I can re-encode, or we have a set of flashcards I can go through. Can I full screen these? I don't know. What do you think, viewers? Should we start over from the beginning, going through this, and I'm kind of gonna just like kind of rehash what I said in the beginning, or we can look at flashcards where you'll watch me struggle to actually recall this stuff, and then I'm just gonna end up saying, okay, well, what is it, and reading from the flashcard. I'm not sure what I want to do. Actually, it's probably a perfect time for a break. I'm going to need more water. It's like a minute break, not even a real break. I'm going to throw up my beer right back, but I'll be back in like 25 seconds, I'm sure. Alright, that probably wasn't 25 seconds, but close enough. Got more water. Oh, my sweet tooth is going crazy right now. Which is weird, because I usually only get my sweet tooth when I'm starving and I'm so full. Anyway. Okay, I think I'd rather go through my flashcards. So, here's what we'll do. I'm going to move this guy over. And bring my flashers up here. Make this a little bit bigger. All right. Oh, Guts TV. Have a great night. Thank you for watching. Thank you for following. Hope you have a splendid day tomorrow. And hopefully I'll see you again. You know, maybe the next probably the next time I stream, I'll probably be streaming a video game. So if that's your interest, please come on in, and I'll probably do a study stream maybe next week, later next week. Otherwise, cheers. All right. Okay. Let me wipe my eyes. Let me get ready. Okay, the various types and classes of delusions included in the DSM-5. All right, so I'm not going to recall all of them, but we have, well, there's bizarre and non-bizarre. I remember the bizarre ones are thoughts, delusions of control, thoughts of insertion, thoughts of withdrawal. Okay, sorry, I can kind of go through these definitions too. So, delusions of control was that the delusion that people are controlling your thoughts. Thoughts of broadcasting is, I think it's that you are broadcasting your thought. People can basically read your mind, I think. And then thoughts of insertion are people are inserting their thoughts in your head. Thoughts of withdrawal, people are taking thoughts out of your head. What's the difference between the two? Okay, and then the bizarre ones, there's grandeur, belief that you have special powers, you're special in some way. Prosecution, nihilism, belief that nihilism's just like the belief that there's no point to anything because everything's just going to be a catastrophe anyway. Like there's no point in doing anything because it's all going to go to shit. There's jealousy, delusion. I'm sure I'm missing a couple. Let's see what my flashcard says.
Describe the various types and classes
I don't
of
want
delusion.
that. I didn't ask for that.
Describe the various types and classes. Describe the various types and classes of delusions included in the DSM-5.
I thought.
Describe the various types
if
and
I
classes
can, I
of
guess I have to
delusions
click
included
down
in the
here.
DSM-5.
Okay, so yeah, there's the classes, bizarre, non-bizarre. Either they're clearly implausible, or they're plausible to some degree, but there's no evidence. So persecutory, belief that one will be harmed or harassed. Referential, belief that certain gestures, comments, clues of special significance for you. Grandiose, belief that one has exceptional abilities, traits, fame, wealth. Erotomanic, belief that somebody is in love with you that likely hasn't met you before. Nihilistic, belief a major catastrophe will happen. Somatic, preoccupation with health or organ. Control, so that's the bizarre one. Control, belief that someone has control over your thoughts, or belief you control other thoughts. Okay. Okay. What are delusions? Delusions are, what's the word I should use? But delusions are thoughts or beliefs that aren't based in evidence. I think that's the important part. They're not based in evidence. Irrational thoughts, beliefs that are without a basis in fact, culturally deviant, and persist despite evidence to the contrary. Okay. Describe the distinction between positive and negative symptoms, both generally and as it applies to schizophrenia. So, I would say that the distinction between positive and negative symptoms are that positive symptoms are, well, the way I've been saying it, I think isn't the way I'm supposed to say it. I've been saying it that positive symptoms are adding, it's an added symptom. You're doing, something's happening to you, or you're believing, or you're doing something that kind of is abnormal or can be measured. Negative symptoms are those that mean a loss of something or a lack of something, like motor behavior, speech, thoughts, things like that. So as it applies to schizophrenia, I mean, what I would say is that, positive symptoms are delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thought and speech. Negative are, like I said, lack of volition, so motivation, lack of social skills, and motivation for social things as well. So let's see what the other side of that is. Okay, that's what I was trying to think of. They're pathogenomic, so they present in pathology and they're absent in health. In schizophrenia, there are delusions, hallucinations, or disorganized speech, and bizarre motor. I gotta say that too. So, delusions, hallucinations, and disorganized speech are the most important because you have to have one of those three to have schizophrenia. But then also, disorganized motor behaviors are just another positive symptom. And then negative are, the 5 A's. So they're present in health, but they're absent in disease. So they tend to persist beyond the active phase of the disorder. They include avolition, which is motivation, flat affect, alogia, poverty of speech, anhedonia, lack of positive affect. Other people who are functional schizophrenics. So the answer to that is yes. So hello, my name here, Leet. Nice to see you. Thanks for the question. I love it. I don't get enough of them. The answer is yes. Absolutely there are. It's just hard to... So schizophrenics tend to remit a lot. They'll lose symptoms due to treatment and medication, but they typically, through stress or something that's not measurable, or stopping taking their medication, they'll relapse. So they'll start having their whether it's paranoid thoughts or their hallucinations. So they're typically in and out of the hospital. But there are definitely schizophrenics who, respond very well to treatment. And there's some that, and I'm actually going to go into this a little bit, but there's some that have a couple episodes, psychotic episodes. They would be labeled as schizophrenics, but then their episodes just go away. They just never have them again. And, they're still schizophrenics. They just either have mild medication and they're fine, or they really don't need it anymore. But typically they need it they still need it. So great question. But sadly, it's something like 30% of schizophrenics just never really see a loss of symptoms, sadly. Whether it's due to millions of different reasons. Okay, so we got positive, negative symptoms. Keep the questions coming if you have them. What's the distinction between process and reactive schizophrenia? How does it relate to the prognostic features for schizophreniform disorder in the DSM-5? So, the distinction between process and reactive schizophrenia is process schizophrenia are schizophrenics who have had symptoms from a young age and have a gradual onset to the disorder. And the trouble with process schizophrenics compared to reactive schizophrenics is that they don't respond to treatment as well. That's kind of still speculated as to exactly why, but usually if the disorder has a gradual onset like it does in process schizophrenia, then it's just kind of, I like to think of it as it's like just more ingrained, like the damage is kind of already done. Yes, you can absolutely have schizophrenia without any hallucinations. So there's 5 criteria for being diagnosed with schizophrenia, and to have a diagnosis you need to have 2 of them. So the 5 are delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thought, disorganized behavior, and negative symptoms, which is like a whole category that I kind of just went over, but I can always go over again. Actually, why does that feel wrong? Why do I feel like I'm messing up the 5th one? I don't think I am though. So to have schizophrenia, you can have delusions and, say disorganized thought, or, negative symptoms like loss of motor behavior, loss of like very low social affect, or no affect. Hallucinations are very common in schizophrenia, and auditory hallucinations are the most common, but you absolutely can have just disorganized thought and delusions, or delusions and catatonia, which is almost a complete loss of motor activity. So it's a great question. What's this? Okay, so I think I talked about process enough. There's probably something else I could mention, but we'll see that when I click through it. And then reactive is the development of schizophrenia, typically at a later age, likely like early or late adulthood, and it's due to a specific or group of stressors. So schizophrenia is typically developed when some stressor has just like hit somebody who's already at risk of developing it, and it has just launched the disorder into full-blown schizophrenia. So how it relates to the prognostic features, I kind of talked about that for the process, but reactive schizophrenics typically react to, or I shouldn't use react, but typically respond to medication and treatment a lot better than process schizophrenics. And schizophreniform, how prognostic feature for schizophreniform disorder. So I don't know kind of how that's supposed to be answered, but schizophreniform disorder is the kind of intermediary diagnosis. It's typically the diagnosis somebody gets before they get full-blown schizophrenic diagnosis. Because if you come into a doctor's office for the first time and say, "Doc, I've been having, delusions and, all these other symptoms for the last 6 months or the last month to 6 months," they would not immediately diagnose you with schizophrenia ever. After that happens, they would then somewhat observe you, or like check in with you and all that. And then after 6 months, if you've had symptoms pretty regularly for at least a month, then they diagnose you with schizophrenia. So that's what schizophreniform disorder is. But all right, let's see what the answer is. So yeah, distinction has to do with the course, right? Process schizophrenia with insidious or gradual onset, gradual deterioration. That's what I said. Poor premorbid function. Yep. Poor history of interpersonal relationships. I don't know anyone with it as far as I know, but I've always just been fascinated with psychotic mental disorders and things that cause psychosis. Yes, so me too. It's one of the reasons I've gotten into the field, but also that and neuroplasticity. Because this schizophrenia isn't the topic I'm going to be studying and working on my whole life, but it's the test I have to take tomorrow, so I got to learn it. Yeah, well, there's the drug specifically actually is a topic that I'm specifically have gone over and am continuing to go over as I study for this. But yeah, like things like PCP and ketamine are known to induce schizophrenic symptoms in people. Well, schizophrenic symptoms in healthy people, and then also they're known to exacerbate positive and negative symptoms that schizophrenics already have. But yeah, it's incredible because it's only in 1%. Schizophrenia is only in 1% of the population, and yet between schizophrenics, there's all this variation in symptoms and course and all that stuff. Wouldn't meth? Not really, because it's not an NMDA agonist or antagonist. I don't believe. I mean, so meth wouldn't induce schizophrenic traits in healthy people, but it would, or at least like for the most part. I mean, you'll probably see some symptoms that are similar to schizophrenia, but it probably would exacerbate symptoms in somebody with schizophrenia. So smoking meth is always bad for the most part. Yes, I mean, we give kids amphetamine, so I guess I don't know. But so the question is with symptoms such as hallucinations and delusions, right? Probably. But I was thinking more of the kind of, the delusions is kind of what I was thinking. So yeah, probably not the hallucinations though. And probably the negative symptoms as well. Well, no, because it's meth, right? It would make you like hyper and not lacking motivation and stuff like that. So yeah, probably wouldn't make the delusions much better, but it wouldn't induce a schizophrenic state in an otherwise healthy individual. If that answers your question. So yeah, I got the process stuff and the yearbook study and the home movie study. Reactive course is rapid development of positive symptoms and lack of negative symptoms as a reaction to a stressor. These people had good premorbid function. They tend to not retain their symptoms. And then with good prognostic features, distinction, and without. Okay, got it. Describe schizophrenia. Holy shit. Well, I mean, where do I start? I kind of don't know what we're looking for here. What I'll say is there's criteria for being diagnosed with schizophrenia. So criteria A is what I was just telling my friend, my name here, about how there's 5 different symptoms in criteria A that would lead to a diagnosis of schizophrenia. Criteria B is Criteria B is that you've had symptoms for the last 6 months. Shit, then what's criteria C? All right, let's just flip the card. Presence of that. So that's A. Oh, okay, so B is significant impairment and diminishing function. So you have to be impaired to have the disorder. You can't just, you're typically impaired and your function's typically diminished if you have, if you're in A. And then C is that symptoms are present for 6 months. And then D through F are ruling out other diagnoses, saying that these symptoms that you're having aren't caused by something else. I've heard of a guy that was healthy and had a gun pulled on him, and since he was diagnosed with it, that makes sense. So that's actually what we were just talking about. So you kind of came in the middle of this, but there's 2.
What is the distinction between
process and
schizophrenia? How does it relate to the prognostic features for schizophrenic disorder in the DSM-5?
So this person who was healthy and had a gun pulled on him was likely on the reactive course, because they likely were they didn't have reactive. Yep, they didn't have any symptoms before, or they had very little, or just not enough to be noticed, and then a particular stressor and that's scary. That's scary to think about because I think I've passed the sniff test because I've had plenty of stressors all at once in a lot of different ways, and I haven't developed schizophrenia. So, but the idea that you could be perfectly healthy all your life, Super Doggy XX will XX Super Doggy XX. Thank you for the follow. I'll say this since you followed me. I'll say that I do these streams. Well, it hasn't been that often lately, but I'm trying to do them every other week or so. And then I also do gaming streams. I haven't as much in the past It scares you too. Yeah. Yeah, it's scary because you never know if something like that's just gonna if you're just gonna develop that all of a sudden. Once you get older than like 26, you're pretty much in the clear. But yeah. But what I was gonna say, scary, was I just had to figure out a hardware problem, and I have to set something up. But I'll be getting back into doing gaming streams, and then I'll also be doing these streams maybe like bi-weekly or so. But yeah, 3 more years. If you really are worried to quell your nerves at all, you probably don't have it. It's in 1% of the population. Actually, the DSM-5 would tell you it's less than 1%. DSM-5 would tell you it's in like 0.3 to 0.7% of the population would ever develop schizophrenia at any point in their life. So maybe don't worry so much. Just not very likely. Okay, so we were going back to that. Okay, and I kind of did this, right? So we're moving on. Okay, I already actually described schizophreniform disorder, but we can do it again. Schizophreniform disorder is like the intermediary diagnoses for schizophrenia, where it hasn't been 6 months since you've like sort of sought treatment, but it's a label to help you get treatment, but without the stigma of full-blown schizophrenia. What else would I really say about it? It means you meet symptoms, but you've met symptoms between the last month and 6 months, but just haven't received a diagnosis of schizophrenia. People with schizophreniform disorder, I know they're going to want to say it's like 2/3 of people with schizophreniform disorder go on to develop schizophrenia or schizotypal personality disorder, I think is the other one. Or schizoaffective disorder. Okay.
An individual meets the symptom criteria.
Oh, shut up.
An individual meets the symptom criteria of schizophrenia. However, symptoms are only presented in 1 to 6 months. 2/3 of individuals with schizophreniform go on to develop schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder.
What the fuck? Off. That's just off anyway. It's gonna play when I play it though. I didn't want that. Alright. Brief psychotic disorder is simple. It's just if in some point in the past you met the criteria for schizophrenia, for around a month you had schizophrenic symptoms. But I don't know if this needs to be said, but typically you haven't had any other symptoms since then. Only present from 1 day to 1 month, and it's useful for yeah. And this is another reason. It's another way of avoiding the stigma of a full schizophrenia diagnosis, and helps people get. Oh my god! I gotta stop clicking that. It just restarts it. Why doesn't it stop? Oh wait. Duh. That's what I'll do. I'm smarter than that. I should be able. Okay, schizoaffective disorder is meeting the criteria for schizophrenia, and also meeting the criteria for, or at least like having manic or depressive episodes. But the important caveat is that you have manic or depressive episode, or maybe not episode, but you meet the criteria for manic or depressive disorder for about 2 weeks without having any symptoms of schizophrenia. So let's see. Someone exhibits definite symptoms of schizophrenia and definite symptoms of an affective disorder. And then what's not included here is that there has to be 2 weeks of just the manic depressive or major depressive disorder without any symptoms of schizophrenia. Delusional disorder. So delusional disorder is pretty simple. It's just having delusions and no other symptoms. And I'm sure there's other stuff I should say. So delusions for at least 1 month, most often non-bizarre, but they're persecution. So usually people are believing that everybody or lots of people don't like them or think negatively about them. And typically it's not odd or bizarre. It's specific to delusions. Okay, that's probably something I should remember. They require close monitoring as they are functioning well enough to potentially carry out a lethal plan if that's a delusion they're having. Hallucinations. Hallucinations are hearing things or seeing things that aren't there. Is there really more to that? Yes, okay, good. Basic epidemiology of schizophrenia, prevalence, typical age of onset and course, most common variations in these, which gender, okay. So the basic epidemiology of schizophrenia in the US is that around 1% of the population has it. The ECA study showed that it was about 1.3%, and the DSM-5 says it's about 0.3 to 0.7%. So that's prevalence. Age of onset, typical age of onset is 25, or 20. Typical age of onset is 20. 20% of people develop schizophrenia in childhood, so between ages like 5 to 13. 50% of people develop schizophrenia between ages 18 and 25, and 30% of people develop schizophrenia after the age of 26. I think the course thing we're looking for is that the later you develop it, the later you start to present symptoms, the worse your course is. So the worse your prognosis is, the less you're actually going to respond to treatment, and the more likely you'll relapse and all that stuff. So the gender and racial ethnic differences, females typically have a better prognosis, and they have a later age of onset by a difference of about 4 to 5 years. This could be explained in a number of different ways, but there's like social explanations where they if you develop it later in life, you typically already have some sort of social net that to help like diminish stress and comfort you, and that's good. And females by that age that they would typically develop it are likely in a serious relationship or married or something like that, and have that support system. What else would I say about gender differences? That's kind of it. And then the ECA study showed that Black and African people have higher prevalence, but that hasn't been replicated. So there's no samples that show that in other studies. I know that low socioeconomic status means you're more likely to develop it, but that is likely just to do with stress. So let's see if that answers. 1%. Oh yeah, I gotta remember this. Prevalence is like 2 to 3 times higher in those separated or divorced, but it's likely a correlational relationship and not a causal relationship. Main onset is 18 to 25. Female lags behind. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I was saying 30%. I was thinking the other way around, where they never remit. So 30% don't see other symptoms after their first episode. Okay, I don't want to mix that up, but I almost did. And then 50% have a cycle of being hospitalized and symptoms relapsing, and then things are good, and then they maybe stop taking their meds, or stress just starts to come back up, and they're rehospitalized. How is this different than this? Oh, okay. I'm getting myself confused. It's definitely already getting late. This is what I thought it was. 30% of people don't remit, which means their symptoms don't go into remission. They just have schizophrenia, and that's their life, and they're living it, and that's it. And like, people just they don't respond to treatment. They're not responding to anything, or they don't have the support system to get through it and remit. And then, yeah, the remaining people only have one episode. Okay, and I got that. Highest in blacks are African American, but not stable across samples. Yep. Okay, got all that. Characterize the symptoms of schizophrenia associated with each of the patients depicted in the Into Madness video. I don't think this is going to be on the test. Okay, yep. Okay, I'm not really going to go over that too well. What makes cognitive impairment and schizophrenia an attractive target for research compared to delusions and hallucinations? So, I'm trying to remember. I remember just reading this. One thing is that cognitive impairment is not as responsive to treatment and medication, which is difficult. So it makes it difficult it means that we need to research it more, because delusions and hallucinations are more responsive to treatment, and we need to figure out why these negative symptoms aren't. But I'm sure I'm missing something, so let's go into it. And okay, cognitive functioning, is one of the most critical determinants of quality of life. So you would think, this is what surprised me, this fact, because you would think that having delusions and hallucinations is like the biggest obstacle to having a high quality of life with schizophrenia, but really it's like this disorganized thought and speech. It's like the memory loss. It's the low socializing and social abilities and stuff. It's all those negative symptoms. So not only are negative symptoms less responsive to treatment, they're also one of the most critical determinants of quality of life and function. Okay, the major domains of cognitive impairment are executive control. Is that what I want to say? And then working memory and episodic memory. And that's caused by impairments in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and the GABAergic, dopaminergic systems. Is executive functioning? Okay, executive functioning, working memory, and episodic memory. Got it. For executive function, working memory, and episodic memory, what specific aspects hypothesized to be most impaired, and what brain areas are implicated? So I might not have the in-depth answer that they want, but for working memory, it's episodic memory, it's retrieval and encoding, I want to say. Executive function has to do with the proactive control. Let's just look at it. So executive functioning, deficits in cognitive processing. And then which is the proactive control I was talking about. So which oversees goal-oriented thought and how you bias/control your attention. So proactive thought is, your goal-oriented thought, the way that you organize your thoughts around getting something done that you're focused on, versus like reactive control where you're just like reacting to things as they come up, versus like planning. So context processing is the important part. The working memory one is deficits in central executive control. Allows for manipulation and transformation of information from other memory buffers. And then episodic involves encoding new events and relational memory. And then all impairments involve the proactive control on the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Proactive control equals the ability to hold goal-directed information in a sustained manner. I'm going to star that one. I should be starring some of these other ones too. Describe and discuss genetic inheritance and its role in schizophrenia. What really should I say? Monozygotic twin studies, identical twin studies, show that genetic inheritance definitely plays a big role in developing schizophrenia, or at least it plays a role in your risk of developing schizophrenia. And it's usually this dyadic stress model where you have some sort of genetic risk, but that doesn't guarantee anything. Like having a close family member, or even what's the word? Extended family member having the disorder, it gives you a risk of developing it, but it's that combined with a likely stressor, that actually, gives you the full-blown schizophrenia. What else would I say? If you're a child, if you have a parent with schizophrenia, you have like a 13% chance of developing it. But then if you are also raised in the house of a parent, or actually I think it's like 7%. No, okay, children is 13%. But then if you're also raised in a household with somebody that has schizophrenia, that shoots up to like 25-30% chance risk or something like that. So what do they say? But what's important in what this first sentence is 90% of people, this is what's so crazy, 90% of people that develop schizophrenia have no immediate relative. And then it's like 70% have no immediate relative and no extended family member that has the disease. But there is an increased risk as you examine individuals who are genetically similar. There's a lot of room for environmental influences, as even genetically identical individuals only have 50% concordance rate. Yeah. So I don't know if I should star that, but yeah, I know that. All right. Describe and discuss prenatal viral exposure and its role in schizophrenia. So what's funny about this note card here is that we don't really know. We just know that prenatal viral exposure does increase your risk of developing schizophrenia. But we don't know why. There's like theories, but we don't know why. So what else am I supposed to say? What else am I supposed to say? General findings of the relationship between prenatal disease exposure aren't strong, but they're consistently replicated. Okay. Suggests that exposure to disease in utero increases resistance for developing schizophrenia. Perhaps this is a trigger for those with a higher genetic risk. Right. I didn't really say this part, but that's basically what I said. Okay. All right. Describe and discuss winter birth. And so it's the same thing as, so this is, I don't know if anybody's still tuned in, but this is like so insane to me. If you, as like a fetus or whatever in utero, have some sort of risk of developing schizophrenia, usually you have some sort of relative that has the disease, and you are born in the winter months or early spring, that risk that you already have of developing schizophrenia shoots up. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's something like it goes from like if you have a first cousin who has schizophrenia, you only have like a 2% chance of developing it yourself. But if you were also born in the winter months, like I was born in January, just to, make somebody feel better, I don't know, I would have a higher risk of developing it myself. So something like probably like 15%. Like my risk would go from like 2%, or maybe not 15, maybe like 2 to like 7 or 10. But that's probably the answer. That's probably what we're looking for. It's found more people who develop schizophrenia are born in winter or early spring. Yeah, we don't know why. That's the other thing. It's like perhaps due to temperature, perhaps due to nutrition, deterioration of sperm quality in the summer. Like these are all just speculation. There's really nothing to say that any of these are right or any one is more likely than the other. It's just something people noticed and have no explanation for. Obstetric complications. So obstetric complications are birth complications, problems during the birthing process. It's another thing. If you already have the risk of developing it, and there are complications at birth, your risk shoots up. I think the other thing they'd want me to say is that there is likely it's likely something to do with disease, like getting a disease in the birthing process. Because here's the thing, like, I don't know if this is going to be on the card, but in developing countries, or in developed countries, right, oh, sorry, my knee is popping. I gotta pop it. Oh, it's really bugging me. Okay. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Let's just flip the card. I'm sorry. It's like getting so late. Assessing complications are likely to be correlated to exposure to disease in utero. Anoxic events where the infant is getting events where the infant's getting insufficient oxygen cause fetal distress may be especially important. Also, this may partially account for different rates of schizophrenia in industrialized versus unindustrialized nations via infant mortality. That's what I was going to say about the infant mortality and the exposure to disease. I feel like I should star this just because I don't know if I'll remember all these details. Sure, I'll star it. I'm not starring that much right now. Describe and discuss neurodegeneration, especially hypofrontality and its role in schizophrenia. So, about 25% of people with schizophrenia are shown to have a sort of neurodegeneration. What that means is just a decrease in gray and white matter, which also means an increase in size of your ventricles. And this may be caused by low blood flow to the frontal lobes that, you know, maybe is just a theme in schizophrenia. People with schizophrenia maybe just have lower blood flow to the front of your brain, which leads to cell death. The only other thing I know to say is that people with schizophrenia and neurodegeneration are typically less susceptible to treatment. Individuals who develop psychosis show neurodegeneration that is generally revealed by a progressive increase in the size of ventricles. 25%, yeah, okay. This is similar to what I've seen in dementia, where an increase in the fluid departments of the brain causes... Wait, this isn't true. Or this isn't known. So, okay, here's like a kind of... I think this person who made these, or who wrote this part specifically at least, got a little confused. Because it's not that the increase in the fluid compartments causes a degeneration in your gray and your white matter. It's the other way around. It's that as your cells die, your gray and your white matter die, and you lose brain volume, your fluid compartments will increase because you have more space in there now. You have less... Like, your ventricles are the holes in your brain that everybody has. Like, let me just pull up a brain scan real quick. I actually could bring up my own, but I don't want to dox my own brain. Let's just bring up a brain scan real quick. I just want to show you what I mean by your ventricles. Can I get a coronal view? Or maybe I'll just Google ventricles. I want a good coronal view. Maybe an axial view that shows the ventricles. Axial ventricles. Oh, okay. Well, this freaks me out sometimes. Even though I've looked at so many brain scans in my life, and still, like, okay, so here's what we're talking about. This is your brain. I don't like... This is a T2, isn't it? Yeah, this is T2. I want a T1. I like the way it looks. So this is your brain. These black parts are fluid. It's just empty space that's filled with fluid. And those are your ventricles. These are normal. Does this person have anything? Probably not. No. But so, like, you know, some people's ventricles are smaller and some people are bigger, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have anything one way or the other. I actually have particularly big ventricles, I think, but I also have a big head, so I don't know what that says. But as you lose brain volume, as your gray matter and your white matter decrease, so this is like white matter, this is gray matter, your ventricles are just going to increase. You just have more space. And then if you want to see something that's like, this bugs me, this like gives me the shivers. This is somebody that's had extreme lesion and has lost a large portion of their brain. These ventricles like bug the fuck out of me. Like it's like spooky to me. That's like what I should dress up for as Halloween, because that's what scares me. So yeah, all I'm saying is that it's not an increase in fluid compartments that causes the degeneration. It's degeneration causes the increase in that area. And then let's flip this back over. So hypofrontality is a reduction in blood flow to the frontal lobe, and it's also related to negative symptoms. These individuals are resistant to drug treatment. That's what I said. Oh God. Okay. This is gonna have a very long answer, and I'm not gonna have one right now. But dopamine, an increase in dopamine is correlated with is it increase or decrease? Well, okay, so dopamine has something to, I'm just gonna flip it. It's getting late, and okay. After the discovery that thorazine, a dopamine antagonist, which antagonist means reducing dopamine. So reducing dopamine reduced psychotic symptoms in schizophrenia, and that's mainly the positive symptoms, but not the negative symptoms. So it was positive that overactivity in the dopamine system was responsible for the disorder. So they found that taking a drug that decreased your dopamine reduced your symptoms. So decreased dopamine, decreased in symptoms. That's what I gotta remember. And I'll start because I know I'm gonna want to come back to it. It was posited that overactivity of the dopamine system was responsible for the disorder. Now it is thought that there is some disturbance in the dopamine system, either too many or too few receptors. There's a little part here that's missing because wait, let me go back to my notes. Let's go back to dopamine. The however thing here is okay. So this part, now it is thought there's some disturbance. Okay, because however, over time, scientists realized that dopamine inhibitors increase negative symptoms, and that's important. So now it's thought that there is some disturbance in the dopamine system, either too many or too few receptors. Mesolimbic pathways and forebrain limbic systems are important dopamine pathways, and dopamine is important for incentive and motor systems. I don't want to alter these cards, but I kind of do at the same time. Anyway, consequently, while these drugs reduce psychotic symptoms, they exacerbate negative symptoms. Okay, so that is what I said. However, a third of people are resistant to dopamine antagonists, so there are limitations to this hypothesis. I'm gonna have to, and the next one's glutamate, right? Okay, I'm just gonna start already, because, all right. Oh, what I remember about glutamate. Glutamate's an excitatory neurotransmitter, and it bonds to NMDA receptors. And it was shown that a increase in glutamate decreased. I don't want to start guessing and then confuse myself. There's like, okay, so decrease. Okay, so it's hypothesized that there's a hypofunction of glutamate due to the fact that NMDA, a subset of glutamate receptors, antagonists, can produce negative symptoms in someone with schizophrenia. So this is actually, if my name here is still listening, this is kind of what we were talking about, even though it's not exactly mentioned. I don't see PCP and NDA, PCP and what was the other one? God, I'm really starting to ketamine. This is where we talk about drugs that induce psychotic symptoms. If you're still there, just... Okay. Alright. Oh, I'm getting hungry, which isn't good because it's bedtime. Oh, I should do something real quick now that we're winding down and I'm halfway through these cards. Alright, it's almost the end, but I'm just going to take a bathroom break. So I'll be back in like 1 minute if there's somebody still watching. 1 minute. Be right back. Alright, we are back. Alright. Glutamate hypothesis. It's hypothesized that there is hypofunction, so decrease in function of glutamate due to the fact that NMDA and antagonists can produce negative symptoms in someone without schizophrenia. So basically what they're talking about is PCP and ketamine. It is believed that dysfunction of GABA in the anterior thalamus causes a disinhibition of projection neurons. What? Where did that come from? Is that in my notes over here? The glutamate hypothesis implicates glutamate and the NMDA receptor. The hypothesis suggests that poor transmission of glutamate subcortically leads to a deficit in GABAergic transmission in the thalamus. The glutamate hypothesis implicates a decrease in glutamate subcortically, leading to positive symptoms, which are primary. Okay. This decrease in glutamate leads to an increase in glutamate cortically due to hypofunction of NMDA receptors, which elicit exotoxicity. Exotoxicity is something I'm going to have to make sure I mention, but I'm not sure that I will, remember to. This might be something I like have to go over in the morning or something. Like, just make sure I go over because. All right, the dimensional assessment of schizophrenia spectrum and other psychotic disorders that has been added to the DSM-5. Okay, so then the DSM-5 they added a dimensional assessment of schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders. I mean, should I have to name them? Because it's delusions. It's like varying degrees in severity of delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thought, disorganized behavior, negative symptoms, impaired cognition, depression, mania. That's the dimensional assessment. But what else am I supposed to say? Schizophrenia assessed on a spectrum, such as symptoms and related clinical phenomena on a regular scale from 0 to 4. 8 symptoms. She came up with an acronym that's awesome. I love acronyms. Shamed ID. So let's see if I can, without reading it. So speech, disorganized speech. H, hallucinations. A. Let me name them again. So disorganized speech, hallucinations, delusions, negative symptoms. Oh, abnormal. Okay, disorganized motor behavior and disorganized speech, disorganized motor. I feel like I can come up with a better acronym because this is kind of reaching. This is kind of Christina reaching. Like if I do, let's see. Where's the dimensional assessment thing? Where did I put that? Okay, dimensional assessment. Okay, so we can do, okay, hallucinations, so H, that's got to be a thing. Delusions can be one of the D's. We can have speech, aka disorganized speech. Oh yeah, abnormal psychomotor behavior is the term for it, but I would have put disorganized motor behavior because it goes with disorganized speech. Fine, abnormal psychomotive behavior. Abnormal psychomotive behavior. Negative symptoms. What did she have for? Where are her negative symptoms? I don't see them. Impaired cognition, which is I. Impaired cognition. And then depression and mania. I just like coming up with acronyms. You know, she already has one, but I mean, yeah, I should remember abnormal psychomotor behavior, not disorganized behavior. Should probably remember it that way. Mania, emotional expression. Oh, so that's negative symptoms. Emotional expression is reduced. Really, it should be reduced or reduced emotional expression. So, rash. And then IDD, which is a stupid acronym. Rashid D. Rashid D. So restricted emotional expression, abnormal psychomotive behavior, disorganized speech, hallucinations, Impaired cognition. Man, speaking of impaired cognition. And then delusions and depression. Oh, and I don't have the M. Rashid, DM. Or DM Rashid. It's actually not bad. Because you can say like Dungeon Master Rashid. Or Rashid slid into my DMs. I like Dungeon Master Rashid. Just because the R will help me with, instead of like, I think it's important to remember it as restricted emotional expression instead of negative symptoms. All right, anyway, I'm hung up on this one for too long, but fuck it, I'll start. Describe the cognitive, behavioral, affective, motivational, and social dysfunctions that are associated with schizophrenia spectrum disorder. Oh, right. Okay. So it's like the symptoms that are falling in these categories. So cognitive is like disorganized speech, disorganized thoughts, hallucinations, delusions. And then I actually should probably do the other ones first, because I'm likely to clump the other ones into cognitive. Social dysfunction, so like lack of social motivation, lack of social skills, and then affective motivational is just like lack of motivation. Social would be also like there's like the sex thing where it's like inappropriate sexual actions and something like that. Behavioral is irregular behavior. Cognitive is like just a big fucking thing of it. Let's look at it. Yeah, let's start this too. It's just so long. Cognitive, disorganized thought and speech, reductions in memory and other executive functioning, slower processing speed, abnormalities in sensory processing, reduction in attention. Some people show social cognition deficits, but that's under social. Why would you put that under cognitive when there's a social thing? Behavioral is abnormal motor behavior, catatonia. Catatonia is important one to remember for behavioral. Disturbed sleep. What else do I have? Impulsivity of goal-directed behavior. I don't want to edit her thing. Alright, we got to get through this so I can go to bed. Affective, motivational, flat and inappropriate affect, reduced affect, reduced pleasure, avolition, decrease in self-motivating activities, so decrease in motivation, dysphoric mood that take form of depression, anxiety, or anger, poor social skills, poor social behavior, social inappropriate sexual behaviors, distrust of others. Okay. The star stuff is what I'm going to go over in the morning. Actually, let me make sure I set my alarms. I'm going to get up in like 6 hours. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Hopefully I don't wake up at 3 a.m. again. Alright, define expressed emotion and how it's assessed. What factors may predict or relate to the extent of EE that a family member shows? Oh, okay. So expressed emotion, I just went over this like in depth too, and I feel like I don't have a good definition for it. It's like the way that family members can induce stress onto the patient in the home. And there's like 3 factors to it. Let me like look at it. Oh, these fucking things. I'm not gonna remember these. Hopefully I can choose to answer this like question or not. I don't know if I will be able to or not. What the hell? I can't find it. Why can't I find it? Okay, well, don't know what that means. Okay, alright, I might be able to not have to answer that question. We'll see. Define express emotion. Express emotion is the critical, hostile, and emotionally over-involved attitude that relatives have toward a family member with a disorder. So that's it defined, that sentence. Reduced tolerance and high validity are associated with higher EE, but that doesn't correlate with mental disorders. What factors may predict or relate to the extent that of EE that a family member shows? Criticism, hostility, and emotional over-involvement. So, chi? Or, I mean, chi's probably the best one. Ek. Oh, that's kind of good. It's like, that's people's attitude towards their family members with a disorder. ECH. Emotional over-involvement, criticism, and hostility. And one of them isn't inherently negative. Emotional over-involvement isn't inherently negative. I mean, they could be trying to help, but it's just, they're too controlling, and it's stressing the person with the disorder out. But criticism and hostility are pretty negative. Hopefully I remember that. That or Michael Che from SNL. Okay, I am like fucking dying right now. Let's just read the card, and I'm gonna start. It's assessed through the family interview that where speech is coded for the following factors. And then this is the factors that relate to the extent of EE a family member shows: chronic exposure, the relative's personality, and the patient's characteristics. Alright. So, did you see the Quizlet started deleting a ton of Flipkart files? I didn't see that. Bree draws poorly. Hello, welcome. I didn't see that. That sucks. Hopefully they don't delete them between now and tomorrow morning, because that's when I have my test. Because that would really suck. I don't know why that would be a thing. Are they trying to get people to do their paid service? Is that what it is? I saw that they are pushing that real hard now. I mean, there'll always be another, like, note card thing. Oh, okay. So they're, caving into pressure for the textbook publishers? Well, luckily this is one that a peer of mine made in my same class, so I don't have to worry about that. This isn't one I just, found on there. But yeah, it's probably... It's all about the money, man. Those textbook publishers want you to use what they got and not Quizlet. Oh, man. Well, welcome to the stream. We're kind of winding down, but there's still a lot that I'm going to have to go through right now, tonight, and then tomorrow's my test, so... it's a lot of stuff, tough stuff. Jeez, I can't even talk anymore. It made my history of funeral directing class a little more difficult because the only flip cards left from the book were horribly made. History of funeral directing class. That's something I never thought I would hear was a thing. History of funeral directing. I mean, obviously, I guess I never thought funeral directors went to specific classes. That's amazing. I don't know why I never would have thought that. Oh, they just kind of did their own thing, you know? I didn't know it was a degree. I swear. I'll tell you what, I mean, I don't know. I have used Quizlet for, definitely in undergrad a lot for a lot of the tests, but there's been certain trainings that I've used it for that I have to do every year, and I really hope they don't get deleted because it makes those trainings actually bearable.
Unless it's an associate's, though. North Dakota and Wisconsin, you need a bachelor's. Wow. That's like amazing to me. I never would have thought. I would have thought to be a funeral director, you just have money to open a funeral home and you start having funerals. I thought it was just like a capital thing, not like get a degree first. That's amazing. I have so much more respect for, not that I didn't have respect for funeral directors. I definitely did, because I couldn't do it. I couldn't be around like death that much, and I just didn't know they had to go to school for it. Man. Well, hopefully you passed your classes, despite Quizlet trying to hold you back. Well, thanks for chatting. If you have any questions about schizophrenia, I am an open notebook, because I love teaching this stuff, because it helps me learn as well. You know embalming, history, estate law, religion, public speaking, and then after your degree, it's a 2-year apprenticeship. Thanks, I passed all my classes last semester. Oh, man. Well, congratulations. So I guess you're on to your 2-year apprenticeship. Huh. It just seems like one of those professions that isn't regulated. Like, if your funeral director doesn't know about like the laws and the religion and stuff, you just go to another one that does. Man. Oh, you passed all your... Okay, sorry. I thought you meant you passed, like, you were done with your classes. Gotcha. Well, good luck. They just barely legalized alkaline hydrolysis, which I'm assuming is like an embalming process. That's fascinating. I'm here trying to teach you guys stuff. You're teaching me. It's amazing. I had no idea. What's the role of familial expressed emotion in schizophrenia? How specific is this role to schizophrenia? What is the primary mechanism by which high EE is thought to operate, according to Hooley? Hooley says, well, basically, high EE, meaning basically high stress at home, high relatives being on your... Oh, so liquid cremation, basically dissolve the body in lye. Wow. So EE stands for expressed emotion. It's actually still over here. I wonder how you can... Oh, I forgot I moved my camera over. Yeah. But my thing's a little messed up. There we go. So E just expressed emotion, and it's basically just a measure of family members' attitude towards people in their household or their family with, in this case, schizophrenia. But it can be actually the answer to this note card is that it's not specific to schizophrenia. It's a risk factor for almost any disorder, for relapse of any disorder. So, substance abuse, OCD, eating disorders, bipolar, anxiety, depression. Like, if you have a family system that has high EE, you are more likely to relapse, or you're at least have a shorter time to relapse. So, what is looked for in EE is if it's like there's like these speech interviews, and if the family is really critical or really hostile, and those are like negative aspects of it, but also just high emotional over involvement. So even it's kind of like even with the best intentions, you can still be trying to exert too much control over your family member with this disorder, whatever disorder, and it can cause a negative reaction because of how stressed excuse me, of how stressed out it can make that person, and it can cause them to relapse. So it's kind of a great time to tune in, because this is where I get all PSA. public service announcement where, like, if you have somebody in your family with schizophrenia or any disorder, it's in your and their best interest to educate yourself as much as possible. One, like, about what expressed emotion is, but also just like how you should handle kind of reintegrating them back into the home, because you can even have the best intentions and end up stressing them out even more, causing them to be hospitalized again and relapse, just because you're trying to control too much. You have this or there's like this like negative feedback loop, right, where you're like, oh, I want to help you, like, what can I do to help? Like you're forcing, you're exerting this like control onto them, and they don't know, and maybe they just kind of want to be like left alone, but you want to help them, so you don't want to leave them alone, and that causes them to be frustrated, which causes you to be frustrated because what you're doing isn't working, so you try something else and they're even more frustrated, and then you're even more frustrated. So it causes, like, I want to say downward spiral, but it's more like an upward spiral of frustration, which then leads to a downward spiral of like relapse and all that. I've seen that. My sister has borderline personality disorder, and it's a really fine line between making sure I give her enough space for herself without making her feel abandoned. Exactly. It's tough. And I'd say it's just in your best interest to kind of, I mean, there are support systems for family members dealing with helping somebody with these certain disorders for this exact reason, right? Because the thing that I really, am kind of getting hammered in for this test, at least one of the many things that are getting hammered in, is just that, like, homes with high EE, and again, EE is expressed emotion. It's the critical, hostile, and emotionally over-involved attitude that relatives have toward a family member with a disorder. So homes with high EE have a shorter time to relapse. Like, that's just guaranteed. And then, it's, of course, it's not specific to schizophrenia at all, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. EE is a form of stress. I'll just read right from my notes. EE is a form of stress for patients. The attribution model relates as high and low EE relatives have different news on the cause of the patient's illness. So everybody has their own idea of what the patient needs, and that can either stress them out more or be good. I mean, that's a big part of schizophrenia as well, and many disorders, where it's just like having that social support system is really important. I used to go a group of family. Okay, great. I used to go a group of family members, people with BPD. I ended up actually not going much because some of the other people in the group were just not great people. But I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, well, so I obviously don't know exactly what you mean, but what I would think you mean is that it's kind of what this is talking about, that there are people that are, whether it happens over time, that people just like get frustrated with their relative with this disorder, or they just don't understand the disorder, so they're like, why can't, they were fine today, why aren't they just being fine still? Like, people get like hostile towards their own family members because they just don't understand the disorder, and they think like, well, I'm doing everything I should or I can, why aren't they just being better? They just really don't get it. And that's just the most that any of us can do, is just educate people in how these disorders really work, that they are diseases. It's not just like people telling, like, oh, you have depression, why don't you just go take a walk outside and feel better? Like, no, that's not how it works. Sometimes that can work for some people, but people just live in like this world of anecdotal evidence. Like, oh, I was feeling really down, so I just ate a cake and now I feel 10 times better. Why don't they just do that? It's because they're not you. You don't have the same thing they do. Anyway, Let's see if I think I had already answered this. So, familial EE is a reliable predictor of schizophrenia relapse when patients return from the hospital, with relapse rates twice as high as individuals with low EE homes. The role of EE and its relationship to poor outcomes is not specific to schizophrenia. It's also seen in eating and substance use disorders, and not just that, but also, I think I have it, there it is, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, eating disorder, substance abuse, and OCD. Considered a major stressor for patients. Yeah, that was the thing. This lady kept being so mad about how her kid had BPD and complaining about how nobody could see what a saint she was. Oh my god, there's so many people like that in the world. Oh my god, I can't even tell you. I couldn't help but think about how maybe her constant begrudging her kid for not being functional made him less able to cope. Yeah, because it's called, that's what it is. That's EE. It's emotional over-involvement. She's trying like her best, but she's also exerting this like to like him, like her son. She's exerting all this control over him, which isn't helping, you know. Okay, so this question I don't know, and I don't plan to know it. I know it's yeah. Oh wait, but this doesn't have the descriptions for what they are. I'm gonna need to do that. You know what? I'm gonna edit this. Oh, I can't edit it. Okay. Yeah, this stuff I just didn't read, and I don't want to read. It's all this, and I think I'm gonna be able to skip this question on the test. Because like I can choose between some of the questions, so I don't know if I should start or not. Whatever. Alright, we're almost there. What differences have been noted between developing and developed countries in regard to schizophrenia? What are the theories as to why? So, you might find this very interesting, because I did. You might be surprised to find out that developing countries have higher remission rates than developed countries. And just what that means is like that people that develop schizophrenia in developed countries are more likely to see a loss of symptoms and have it stay that way than in developed countries. And you might be thinking, well, why is that? I mean, we have all these access to care and healthcare, and we have all these things that allow, like, and we're also knowledgeable about, you know, we're also educated now about what these diseases are. You know, why is it that in developing countries people have better rates of better prognoses?
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for the follow. Very much. That scares the shit out of me every time. That's why I love it. It keeps me awake. But thank you very much. So I'll tell you this, since you followed me, thank you again. I do these streams about probably like bi-weekly. I like to do them before tests when I'm preparing for a test. But I am going to be doing gaming streams again. It's been like 2 weeks since I've done a gaming stream, but that's just because I've had some like hardware issues. So I'm going to get those figured out. And I will be... I like to do like GameCube games, and then also I'm going to be playing some more modern games as well. But I'll try to remember to update my go live notification to say if I'm either studying or if I'm playing a game, so that you know what you're kind of getting into. Yeah, I mean, I think I have a stats test coming up, and stats is so boring. Even like, I can't even imagine making that an interesting stream, but I've streamed it before, and I'll probably stream it again before my next test. But I think these are interesting, at least, and I'll have more of these types of streams coming up. But yeah, we'll see what my next one is. Right. So I mean, there's no like hard and fast answer to that question. My hypothesis is that it's like the idea of an egocentric, and I mean, this is other people, it's not just me, but it's just like the idea of like having an egocentric society versus a sociocentric society. So like, I mean, in the U.S. and Europe, we're very egocentric. We're very like, do it on our own, figure things out on our own. Like, there's not really a big focus on family and multi-generational households like there used to be. But in developing countries, you stick together basically for the long term, and just having that social support is enormous. And there's also the fact, I mean, it's also like, well, but there's also there might be more stress in a developing country, but there's also tons of stress in developed countries too. Like, just because we don't always have to think about, gathering our food, and we have a little bit more space typically to like live and breathe in, just having to only look out for yourself and not really having a support system is a lot of stress. And that definitely, like, stress is one of the major risk factors for relapse and even developing the disease. So that's what this is going to say. Better course and prognosis in developing countries. Okay, there are various theories as to why this is. Yep, that's what I said. Egocentric versus sociocentric nature. Extended family in developing countries care for family members, which potentially reduces stress. And then here's also an interesting thing that I didn't think about. So obstetric complications, aka complications at birth, increase your risk of developing schizophrenia. So in developed countries, you can have birth complications. You're more likely if you have a birth complication, you're more likely to survive. The child may experience some, like, if the cord gets wrapped around their neck, or just some sort of loss of oxygen for any other reason. The baby and the mother will likely still survive, but there will be complications. In developing countries, the baby's just not likely to survive if there are birth complications. So it's also the fact that, sadly, like, the people that would have this higher risk of developing schizophrenia would die in childbirth. So I mean, that's kind of like a morbid explanation, but it's also probably something to do with it. But we do know that obstetric complications definitely raise the risk of developing schizophrenia. Like, that and genetic risk. So if you say you have like a first cousin that has schizophrenia, you have something like a 2 or 3% chance of developing it yourself. If you have a first cousin with schizophrenia and you went through obstetric complications when you were born, that risk goes up to like 11% or something like that. So it's just like, and those people wouldn't have survived in developing countries. So it's and like I said, there's no hard fast answer. I think the most likely thing is this, that just the nature of multi-generational households and stuff like that. Excuse me. I used to work at a care center, and they talked about how folks with developmental disabilities had a higher rate of mental illness. I suppose it makes sense that in a country where kids with fetal alcohol syndrome die, there'd be a lower number of people with mental illness. Yeah, we have extended our lifespan, and that also or not just our lifespan, but our survival rates, and that just means that people that go through those complications and survive are way more likely to have these mental illnesses. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know how much, like, what the number that accounts for, but it's significant. Regarding the cultural formation and cultural concepts of the distress section in the DSM-5, distinguish culture, race, and ethnicity. What? Oh, okay. I didn't really remember us going over this. I think this is from one of the articles. I'll come back to it. And I'm not going to need this. I actually shouldn't have starred that. I'm not going to need this. What? Is it unstarring? Okay, it is. I'm just click happy. Alright, I'm not going to need that. Pathogeneity. Genicity. Oh, okay. That's the Kaura et al. Stuff. Okay, and there's going to be one for each one. Yeah, I'm probably not going to need to know this, but I'll start anyway. Okay, we don't need this either. There's so many of these. Describe the general approach to personality disorders in DSM-5. Include the organizing concepts for each of the 3 personality disorder clusters. Okay. So this is something I didn't really go over much. All I remember is cluster A is the important one, and that's eccentric. There's eccentric. Let's just look at it. Eccentric, erratic, and anxious. And those, yeah, I'm just really going to need to know eccentric. I'm just going to start that one too. A personality disorder is an enduring pattern of inner experience and behavior that deviates significantly from cultural expectations. It's pervasive and inflexible, has an onset in adolescence or early adulthood, is stable over time, and leads to distress/impairment. Personality disorders represent maladaptive variants of personality traits. Okie dokie. Oh, my arm is shaking for some reason. Probably the caffeine. Alright, I mean, I have to remember these clusters, but the eccentric stuff. Alright, let's go over eccentric real quick. I took a course to be certified in therapeutic recreation, and for some reason they still make everyone memorize the axis system. Yeah. Yeah, we went over this like very briefly, like our our latest class, and I'm sure I'm gonna need to know it, but I'm not too worried. Therapeutic recreation. Why do I have like no idea what that means? Other than like I have an idea. Like I can guess based off the 2 words, but I don't actually know it. Alright, cluster A, eccentric. Paranoid personality disorder, which involves paranoia, but they don't have delusions or hallucinations. Schizoid personality disorder, where they're typically aloof, standoffish. So paranoid personality disorder has to do with paranoia. Schizoid personality disorder has to do with detachment from social your social cues, social groups, social awareness. And schizotypal is the hard one, because it's got social and cognitive characteristics. Perceptual distortions in behaviors, odd beliefs in thinking, forms that are not generally accepted by the culture they're in. Okay, let's keep going, because I think, yeah, okay, I knew it. Alright, paranoid. Let's just look at schizotypal. Cognitive characteristics, perceptual distortions and eccentrics in behavior. These distortions look like hallucinations or delusions, but they're subclinical and don't rise to the level of schizophrenia impairment. Right, so that's why it's not schizophrenia. Because it's not full-blown, it's not diagnosed as a full-blown hallucination or delusion. But they're suspicious of others, inappropriate or constricted affect, and a discomfort but desire for close relationships. Sounds like my ex-wife. Just kidding, I don't have an ex-wife. Alright, Meal's model of schizophrenia and how it relates to schizotypal personality disorder. What kind of research did this model generate? Well, his model of schizophrenia is the didactic stress model. So that's the idea that people that end up developing schizophrenia have this genetic predisposition for it. It's called he calls it schizotaxia, and that you develop schizophrenia, or maybe you develop schizotypal personality disorder, not schizophrenia. I think it's okay. You have schizotaxia, and then due to some stressor, that schizotaxia comes out as schizotypal personality disorder. What the research this model generate? I don't know. Alright, came out of behavioral genetics literature looking at family and twin studies of schizophrenia. Right. So it came out of genetic literature because it's genetic based. Makes sense. Some of these individuals develop schizophrenia while others develop schizotypal personality disorder. This led to the idea of a diathesis stress model, that people can have a genetic predisposition called schizotaxia towards schizophrenia spectrum disorders. Schizotaxia leads to schizotypal characteristics resulting in schizotypal personality disorder. Oh, okay. I was thinking about it a little bit wrong. The schizotaxia leads to schizotypal characteristics which lead to schizotypal personality disorder. But then, after a certain stressful event, schizophrenia can develop from that. So there's like an order of progression there. You're born with schizotaxia, and that leads you into these characteristics of schizotypal characteristic. Oh my god. The more, the later it gets, the less I can speak. Resulting in schizotypal personality disorder. Then, after stress leads to schizophrenia. I wish I had a second camera real bad that I could have point the other way and point at my whiteboard, and then I could like draw all this out. That's okay though. Describe some of the evidence relating psychometrically identified schizotype to schizophrenia. What? I'm sure I know this, but I can't recall it for some reason. No, you didn't write a novel. What do you mean? I read it. That wasn't long. That wasn't too bad. Don't be sorry at all. I'm having a great time. I'm just slowly losing my mind as I'm reading about people losing their minds. No, don't worry about it. That's not this kind of Twitch, you know? That's not the kind of stream we're doing. This isn't the kind of stream where it's like, oh, LOL, epic pwn, and then I get up and do the Fortnite dance or something. Like, this is a chill stream where we talk about stuff. So no worries. It's not like there's other, yeah, exactly. LOL, hype, emote hype. Oh yeah, I don't think you can do emotes in my chat because I'm not an affiliate. Oh, you can. Oh, okay. Exactly, I gotta eat all over them. Wow, I didn't study this at all. I'm just gonna start, and I can't learn anything new right now. I just have to go over stuff that I've already gone over tonight. Oh, okay, attenuated psychosis syndrome. Oh, I know this. Oh, I might need a reminder though. Oh, attenuated psychosis. So it's not like schizophreniform disorder, which is the intermediary between not having schizophrenia and having it. Attenuated psychosis syndrome. Alright, let's just look at it. Well, oh, it is another precursor to schizophrenia. What the fuck is functional reality testing? Let's just look at my notes for it. I think it's up at the top. Okay. Attempt to provide a diagnosis for those who may develop a psychosis before symptoms were so bad they fit other diagnoses. Right, okay. So I think the big my problem I'm having is like, well, what's the difference between this and schizophreniform disorder, which is exactly what that is. I think the difference is, yeah, that these may lead to a mood disorder, schizoaffective disorder, or major depressive disorder. Also, that it's important to say that the conditions are getting worse and they're concerning. And that's not in these note cards, which isn't good. Yeah, I'll start so that I make sure I go back over it. And last note card: how are schizotypal personality disorder and attenuated schizo That's how I know the stream's ending, because I'm losing my speech. All right. How are schizotypal personality disorder and attenuated psychosis syndrome different? Schizotypal personality disorder has a stable course, with few people going on to develop schizophrenia. Attenuated Oh, okay, yeah. One is a definite precursor to psychotic disorders, and that's attenuated psychosis syndrome. Schizotypal personality disorder has a stable course, and people don't typically develop schizophrenia from it. I've heard a pretty pervasive myth that people with a predisposition to schizophrenia can end up developing it by doing things like dropping acid. Is that true at all? That is not true. Especially acid. What can happen, though, there's two drugs that can exacerbate symptoms in people who either have schizophrenia or are at risk for it. Those are ketamine and PCP. So if you didn't already, stay away from PCP and ketamine. Those work in the same way that those do the opposite of what psychotic medication does. Basically, they increase glutamate in your brain. And they're glutamate excitatory. They're glutamate agonists. And they replicate schizophrenic symptoms in healthy people, and they exacerbate schizophrenic symptoms, positive and negative symptoms, in those with schizophrenia. Acid is not one of those. Although the receptor, the glutamate receptor, is called NMDA, and I keep accidentally saying MDMA. But that's not what it is. They're not related. But no. There's a lot of myths like that. Somebody actually was in here earlier asking if meth can do that. If meth can make you develop schizophrenia, and it cannot. As far as I know, it doesn't operate that way. There's really only two that at least can exacerbate. So those can exacerbate symptoms, but I don't know that they can take somebody who is at risk for it and is otherwise healthy and not under any stress, and then cause schizophrenia in that person. I don't know that that's the case for those either. I just know that they can exacerbate symptoms in somebody who already has schizophrenia, and they create schizophrenic-like symptoms in healthy individuals. I've had friends who wanted me to do mushrooms before, but I've always said no, because the big room in my family is that we think my mom has schizophrenia. I probably still will stay away from mushrooms, but at least I know it's safe. It is safe. I don't know how much I can say about my personal experience, But I agree with the medicinal properties that, I agree. I don't know what that means because I haven't done my own research, clinical research. But there has been a lot of research that there's a lot of medicinal benefits with mushrooms. But yeah, no, I wouldn't worry that you would develop schizophrenia by taking them. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. Okay, let's do this one more time. How are schizotypal personality disorder and attenuated psychosis syndrome different? So yeah, schizotypal personality disorder has a steady course. Attenuated psychosis syndrome will likely lead to psychosis. It is good to know, though. I agree. All right. So that's stuff that I'll go over in the morning. And also go back through my notes. But I think I've done all that I can do. I streamed for 5 hours studying. And I studied for like 2 hours before that today. So this is pretty successful. Bree, do you also stream? I think, judging by your name, you like to draw, even if it's poorly. So let's see. I'm gonna bring this over here. I think I will be able to remember a lot of this stuff, recall a lot of this stuff, and then I'm going to get up and go over it again. Yeah, I still occasionally draw, but I usually stream video games. I play Miss Pac-Man on Mondays, Text Adventures on Tuesdays, Wolfenstein 3D on Wednesdays with a variety of random DOS games at night. I respect your hustle because it's impossible for me to have a schedule. I just couldn't do it. There's just too much that I can't account for that I would be like canceling, scheduled nights half the time. And then also, like, if I said I'm just going to stream like GameCube games every Monday, but then I just didn't feel like it and I wanted to play something else, then I'd just resent being stuck to the schedule. So that's why I'm never going to make like affiliate or anything like that. I have no plans to, because without a schedule, it's just not going to happen. But I'm going to try and do more of these streams. I get a lot out of them. And it seems like, even if people just pop in every once in a while, it seems like they get a lot out of it too. Or something out of it. Sounds good to me. So I either stream in the early evening or when I have anything else going on. Yeah, being in grad school makes it kind of tough too, but the reason I'm streaming right now is because I'm in grad school, so I don't know. Sometimes I just don't want to be on, I don't want to have to talk for however many hours, and I just want to do something else. All right, well, I'm winding down. Bree, thank you so much for chatting and watching and following. I'm gonna have to give you a follow back. I'll do that right now. Alright, that is done. Thank you. Good luck in your classes. And thank you everyone for watching, because this will go up on my YouTube channel. If you really sat through 5 hours of this, I don't know why, but thank you for watching. And I'll see you all next time. Have a great night.